in the series opener. 3 runs proved to be enough, and all 3 came in the Reds' opening inning. All 3 coming with 2 outs, thanks to Bruce, Bird, and Suarez. Anthony DeSclafani, who had shut out the Cardinals just 1 week ago, went 6 strong innings. The bullpen finished off the Redbirds. Aroldis Chapman nailing it down, and the Reds have now won 3 straight against the Cardinals. So we turn the page on a lovely night for baseball in downtown Cincinnati. Crowd rolling into Great American Ballpark. Game 2 of 3, the Reds and the Cardinals. Hi again, everybody. Alongside Chris Welsh and Jim Day, I'm Tom Brenneman. Welcome, as always, to Reds baseball. Well, when you win 2 of 3 in St. Louis last week, first time that's happened in almost 10 years, and you win the opener last night, you're hoping that maybe the tide is starting to turn a little bit as far as the Reds are concerned against these Cardinals.
Well, I think the key, Tom, is low-scoring ball games, and as long as you continue to do that, you're going to have a chance. Right now, the Cardinals still lead the series season numbers as far as the wins and losses in the 10 games that they played, but the Reds have a little streak going recently, so you can't discount the power of momentum.
We talk about the rookie pitchers, and every night, it may be the rest of this season, the Reds will be starting a rookie pitcher, making just his second start. We saw him at the end of last year, second start this year, and his first one was a good one for David Holmberg.
Well, a left-hander, a 23-year-old left-hander, David Holmberg, is a guy that has had a touch of experience here in the major leagues. He's come back from when he got called up his last start, and he threw the ball extremely well. He's a young man that the Reds have quietly been very hopeful about. In spring training, he did not have that great of a spring. He was one of the early send-outs down in the minor leagues, but he's gone down and he's just pecked away down in AAA. And as long as he finds his location on his fastball, he can win at the major league level.
Now a different kind of pitcher gets the ball tonight for St. Louis.
Well, he's also 23 years old. Carlos Martinez is, but he's got a whale more of experience. 57 games out of the bullpen last year, 11 wins so far this year of his own. But when he takes the mound, well, the Cardinals are the best team in baseball. 16 wins they've gotten in the 19 starts. He's a hard thrower. The Reds have their hands full if he's on his game tonight.
All right, when we come back, if you're going to pitch well, it certainly helps to have great defense, and the Reds certainly have played that every night through this up and down year. Jim Day has more on that when we return. You're watching Reds baseball on Fox Sports Ohio.
Well, I'm telling you what, the weather doesn't look real great this evening. We've got rain showing up around game time and then on and off during the evening hours and even during the overnight period as well. So can they start this game? Will they get it in? There will be a little bit of dry time this evening, but there will be rain as well. 80 degrees around 7 o'clock, 74 degrees by 10:30, 11 o'clock tonight. But there will definitely be a chance of rain in the area, especially this evening, then maybe a little bit of dry time. Sorry about that. Nice catch last night, Billy Hamilton. Good luck tonight, Mr. Holmberg. And here you go. Woo! Sun deck, sky deck, left field. I don't know where it is. Woo! Way up there. Enjoy the game, everybody, on Fox Sports Ohio.
Tim, thank you. He mentioned Billy Hamilton's catch last night. It was certainly one of the factors in a one-run victory because it would have been a whole different eighth inning had he not made that catch. And the Reds defensively continue to get it done. Over the past few years, we have seen this club become a very good defensive club. It's our lows never stop improving. He took a step in on this ball, but the great ones will catch back up to the ball. And with the speed he did that, had a little ups to get it too. Reds' last 15 games have made only 2 errors, a .996 fielding percentage at his best in the National League. We have grown accustomed to solid D from this current core of Reds players. They'll need defense and more to win against the Cardinals again, going for 4 straight against the Redbirds. That sounds nice. Tom Brenneman and Chris Wells are next on Fox Sports Ohio.
Regional Tourism Network. Stay close to CincinnatiUSA.com. By Chevy, check out their award-winning lineup only at your tri-state Chevy dealer. And by Skyline Chili. They'll be serving that at the ballpark tomorrow. Feeling good. It's Skyline time. A beautiful look at downtown Cincinnati. And we welcome you inside Great American Ballpark. Mike Matheny in his 4th year as skipper of the Cardinals. They've been to the playoffs each of his first 3 years, including a World Series title. Let's take a look at his starting lineup here tonight. Matt Carpenter at third. Randall Grichuk moved from the 8th spot to the number 2 hole in center field. Jason Hayward in right. Peralta at short. Molina behind the plate, and Brandon Moss over at first. Steven Piscotty again in left field. Colton Wong, the second baseman. Carlos Martinez on the mound, and making his second outing at the big league level this year is the left-hander David Holmberg.
Well, he went 6 innings his last time out. That was against the Pirates, and gave up only 2 runs in that ball game, walked 3. I thought it was interesting that before he made that start, Brian Price said this is not a one-and-done start for David Holmberg, and I think that's a wise thing to do. You have to see a lot of a left-hander like Holmberg, whose stuff is not overwhelming, but who can figure out a way to get hitters out as long as his control is good. He changes speeds. He's got a nice slider, a downward plane. He gets some ground balls. And if he throws the ball where he wants to, there's no reason why he cannot win and win big at this level.
Let's take a look at the Reds defensively behind Holmberg here tonight, presented by Ford. Bird, Hamilton, Bruce, left, center, and right. Suarez and Phillips, the middle infield duo. Frazier and Votto on the corners. And Brian Pena hanging the sides. Reds coming away with a 3-2 victory in the series opener. You know, we talk so much about Hoover and Chapman and the job they've done lately. You know, one guy overlooked again last night, Chris, who, if you're able to start the season roughly in about mid-May, is really starting to put together a pretty decent run, is Burke Badenhauer.
Well, that shows the kind of confidence a manager has in you when you come into a ball game in which you're winning by a small margin and you've got some innings to pitch. So the 6th inning in a game like last night, well, that was covered by DeSclafani, but the 7th inning is as important as the 9th inning, and that's how much Badenhauer has come around.
All right, so here we go. Carpenter accounting for the 2 runs by St. Louis last night when he clubbed a 2-run home run in the 3rd inning. And here we go. Holmberg delivers outside to the left-handed batting Cardinal third baseman, and this game is underway. 82 degrees, virtually no humidity. Today was a bright sunny day, beautiful day, and now some clouds have rolled in late in the afternoon, the early evening on this Wednesday night. One more game to go tomorrow. 12:35 start. Tickets are available, so why not come on down to the ballpark as they wrap up the series and wrap up the homestand. Red's going to be gone for a while. Breaking ball lone away, 2-1 on Carpenter. They're going to Arizona for 3 games. Headed to San Diego from there for 3. And then on to Los Angeles, a 4-game series at Dodger Stadium. Missing away here to the first batter is Holmberg, and it's 3 balls and a strike.
That's a tough little spot for Holmberg to get to, down and away, because he throws across his body a little bit. And when that pitch is heading to the outside corner, it has a tendency to even cut farther away from a left-handed hitter. And sometimes that outside corner right there is a tough spot for a lefty to get to.
Payoff pitch coming to Carpenter. And a bouncing ball called foul. You were the guy, Chris, and I mean, I remember like it was yesterday. Holmberg really caught your eye in spring training last year. Now, his first go-around, he came up with the Reds. It did not go well for him. But when they brought him back up in the month of September, the Reds had an injury early in the game, and they put Holmberg back into that game as a reliever. And he threw the ball very, very well. And then it earned him a couple of starts, and he threw even better, kind of backing up what you saw going all the way back some 6-7 months earlier.
I really think you can rush the judgment on pitchers when all you do is evaluate them on the basis of velocity. There's just so much more to it. But he has to be able to throw the ball where he wants to and change speeds. That's not going to cut it when you walk the leadoff man, although Carpenter works a lot of those.
An 8-pitch at bat for Carpenter to start the game, so now it'll be Grichuk, who's had a very nice rookie season himself. 291 batter, 12 home runs, 38 batted in, 19 doubles, picked up his 7th 3-base hit of the season here last night. That one fooled him badly, down and in, strike 1. Including tonight, these 2 teams have 9 games remaining against one another this season. The Cardinals come here for 4 in mid-September, and then a week later the Reds will go to St. Louis for 3. So there's 7, and you have tonight and then again tomorrow afternoon. That's a total of 19 games these two teams play here in 2015.
Boy, not a lot of secrets left after you play a team 19 times.
0-2 pitch, and it's fouled away. Although, you know, the Reds would certainly have a few more of those up their sleeve than the Cardinals would, because of all these rookie pitchers that, you know, the Cardinals by and large, they saw Iglesias, what, the 3rd game of the year, the 3rd game of that opening homestand to begin the year. The Reds starting the year first of all against the Pirates and then against the Cardinals. They saw Iglesias on that Sunday afternoon, but they've not seen him since he came back up. There's a Tapper foul, and who knows by the time we get to mid-September, because, you know, Brian Price has to really watch the innings this year of Lorenzen, of Iglesias. You know, might the Cardinals see a couple of other pitchers come September they've never seen before?
Well, I think conversely, the Reds have seen just about every prospect that the Cardinals have in their system over the last 3 years. I mean, they keep bringing them up, and they are a lot of them are awfully good-looking hitters and pitchers. That's a great 0-2 pitch right there. I'll never forget being down in the minor leagues, low minor leagues, when I was with the Yankees. Hoyt Wilhelm was my pitching coach. Hall of Fame knuckleball pitcher, and we got talking about what do you do on an 0-2 pitch. He says, you know, if you throw a guy up and in on an 0-2 pitch, all you do is wake him up. But if you throw at his feet, he has to get out of the batter's box, realign himself in there, and it can be very unsettling.
That's a good pitch right there, in on Grichuk's hands, and he pops it up softly to the center fielder Hamilton for the first out here in the first inning. The Reds have not beaten the Cardinals in consecutive series since 2011. In fact, over the last 17 series, these two teams have met one another. The Reds have only won 3 of the 17 series, and that includes the one last week in St. Louis. Strike 1 to Jason Hayward. Holmberg faced these Cardinals twice within an 11-day time frame, and that one just ugly all the way around. It was a low throw, but it didn't appear to get into the dirt. And we'll see how that's scored. That's not an automatic throwing error there. That'll be an error charge to the first baseman.
It's an automatic fielding error. Wow.
So the runner, Carpenter, moves into scoring position. And it's a count of 1 ball and 1 strike on Hayward. Popped up in fair territory, crossing over into foul ground is Frazier for the second out. We were talking about Holmberg against these Cardinals. I mean, he really threw the ball well against them. On the 8th of September, 5 2/3, 4 hits, no runs. He did not figure in the decision, a game the Reds got beat 5-0. And then on the 19th in St. Louis, he got beaten a 2-1 game, but went 6 innings, allowed 5 hits and only 2 runs.
Well, these Cardinals are somewhat susceptible to left-handers this year. Even though they lead all of major leagues in wins, they are an even 500, 14 up and 14 down when facing left-handed pitching.
The ball tomahawked foul, skipping into the stands off the bat of Peralta. Those are the numbers Holmberg in the 2 games against St. Louis last year. Pretty good pitch right there.
Really good pitch. You know, the more you watch Holmberg, and I noticed this back when the Reds first got him, is that he has a delivery that is a little reminiscent of Tom Browning. Same type of arm action, same high arm angle right there. Keeps his head still. Really doesn't have a long stride. He uses a lot of upper body in his pitching. And he can pitch up there as long as he stays atop that strike zone, not around the waist. But coming inside is something that Browning did so well. And Holmberg really ought to be watching Tom Browning tapes.
0-2 on Peralta, and a breaking ball is hooked foul.
Sometimes a left-hander can throw that breaking ball in there to a right-handed hitter, and there's no way if a righty puts a good swing on it that he's going to be able to keep it fair. So you can almost come in there and get ahead of a hitter like that and then go somewhere else to try to get him out.
Carpenter the runner at second. 2 outs. Top of the first inning. No balls, 2 strikes. A count on the cleanup hitter Johnny Peralta. And now a ball and 2 strikes. Well, they've made Holmberg work in this inning. This will be his 22nd pitch. Of course, 8 of those were to the first hitter of the night. Inning over. 1 man left, 1 error. Reds are coming up against Carlos Martinez in the bottom of the first when we return. Starting lineup tonight presented by Meyer. Brandon Phillips, Joey Votto, Todd Frazier, the front 3. Jay Bruce bats clean up. Marlon Byrd out in left will hit 5th, and Brian Pena bats 6th, catching. The Eugenio Suarez will hit 7th. The pitcher bats 8th, and Billy Hamilton in center bats 9th. Carlos Martinez, a National League All-Star this year. 11-4 his record.
Really the first year he's ever been able to be a full-time starter. He was a reliever last year, and mainly because the Cardinals needed him in the bullpen. 57 games last year, a very good earned run average, and a real contributor to the ball club overall. This year the earned run average even better at 2.6, and 11 wins under your belt by the time August rolls around. Not bad at all for a 23-year-old.
Brandon Phillips to lead things off. Brandon got him started in fine form last night. He and Votto led off the game with singles after a double play by Frazier. 2 out hits to drive in runs by Bruce, Byrd, and Suarez in a 3-run first. The only 3 runs the Reds scored all night. Now, command can be an issue for Carlos Martinez from time to time. He's walked nearly 50 batters. Not a terrible number. but certainly a number he would like to improve upon. And there's a base hit by Brandon.
Getting into a hitter's count, Brandon not waiting at all to try to work the count any better than that. He gets a fastball down Broadway and he takes it right back through the middle.
Brandon has 15 stolen bases. He has only been thrown out one time. He picked up number 15 last night, you may remember. In the second inning, he was out at second, and John Lackey didn't even turn around to look at him, and Brandon had noticed that from a couple of other runners earlier in the game and just took off.
Brandon started the game off last night for the bottom of the first inning anyway with an 0-2 base hit. Here he starts it off with a 2-0 base hit. He likes that third pitch.
Here's Joey Votto, a 1-0 count to the Reds' first baseman. 2-0. Brandon Phillips, in fact, the subject of our IGS Bringing the Energy. Steals lately, including last night. Nothing wrong with 94%. And second only to Justin Upton. 17 of 18 for the San Diego Padres. They're not going to get the out at first, but they will get the out at second. That's a pretty nice recovery made by Martinez in the flip to Peralta.
The Reds are fortunate that Martinez could not handle that ball cleanly, or it would have been a 1-6-3 double play. Martinez is a former shortstop, so whatever he does defensively on the mound really shouldn't surprise you. He's very athletic, quick, and really took a chance right there to try to get the runner. I think Brandon Phillips was really surprised that the play went there, or else you would have seen Brandon slide, and that may have made a difference in being safe or out.
All right, Todd Frazier at 265, 27 home runs, 67 runs batted in. Breaking ball popped up. And the first baseman will handle it. Brandon Moss for out number 2. Well, we know how hot Votto has been since the All-Star break, among the very best hitters, if not the single best hitter in all the baseball since the break. Jay Bruce is right there along with him. Jay Bruce leads all National Leaguers in runs batted in since the All-Star game with a whopping 19. And he's tied for the National League lead in extra base hits and doubles since the All-Star break. This ball in the air will be handled by Grichuk, and the Reds are gone in the opening inning. A leadoff single by the board. End of one, no score. Don Housen from Cincinnati will win. Yes, that Tundra. And you can register for your chance to win. Just stop by your Cincinnati and or Northern Kentucky Toyota dealer. Nice of you to join us on this Wednesday night here on Fox Sports Ohio for Reds baseball. No score at the end of one. David Holmberg to face Yadier Molina. Breaking ball slipped right out of his fingers. Ball one to start the second inning. The Reds took care of Molina in a couple of big situations in the game last night, especially the final out in the sixth inning. Molina base hit into center field to begin this second. That was the final batter that Anthony DeSclafani would face in the game. After DeSclafani had struck out the first two batters with the Reds leading by a run, he surrendered singles to Peralta and Moss, but then got Molina on a ground ball to short and Hoover with a runner aboard. Got Molina on a ground ball to short as well to end the eighth inning. So here comes Brandon Moss. We've seen him already in a couple of series this year wearing a Cleveland Indians uniform. Came over in a trade 1 week ago. Plays in his sixth game with the Redbirds tonight.
You know, Moss is almost a right-handed version or left-handed version of the right-handed hitter Mark Reynolds. He strikes out a lot. He's got home run power. Interesting, though, Moss's batting average against left-handers is way up this year versus against right-handers. And that may be the reason why he's in there tonight at first base instead of Mark Reynolds.
We'll keep you up to date on everything else going around in baseball tonight. We do know the Cardinals are being pursued hotly by both the Pirates and the Cubs. Cubs won the opening game of their series against Pittsburgh last night. There's a breaking ball in the dirt, swung on and missed, strike three. Second strikeout for Holmberg. Pirates have scored 2 runs in the first inning tonight. You know, it's an interesting series. We didn't get around to talking about it last night. You and I did off the air, but I just find it some of the little things that happen in baseball where, you know, sometimes the way the world continues to spin around and around, and lo, those many years later in the series, it really doesn't mean a whole lot. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, as far as the playoffs are concerned, San Diego playing Milwaukee, and you're saying, well, what's the big deal? Craig Counsell is the manager of the Milwaukee Brewers. He played his college baseball at Notre Dame. His head coach at Notre Dame was Pat Murphy. Pat Murphy is now the manager of the San Diego Padres. Can you imagine that?
That makes for an interesting dynamic, no doubt. And I think there were probably a lot of people interested that Murphy got the big league job. I mean, Counsell, no surprise there. For all the years that he has played in the major leagues, always regarded as a very heady and smart player, kind of guy that you would almost project in the middle of his career that he would someday be a good manager. But so often it's very difficult for amateurs to cross that line into professional baseball, and especially go right to the very top, like the major leagues out of the NCAA. It's, if not unheard of, it's close to unheard of.
The two had stayed very, very close for many, many years after Counsell had graduated from Notre Dame and started to play professionally, and Murphy wound up leaving Notre Dame and becoming the head baseball coach at Arizona State, and the both of them lived right around the corner from one another when Murphy was the coach at Arizona State and Counsell was playing among the many teams he played for in his career, but had his most success as an Arizona Diamondback. But man, to think back all those years ago when they were putting on the Notre Dame uniform, that they would be managing against one another at the major league level. What are the odds of that? Two away in the inning. Colton Wong, the batter, having a good solid year. This one popped up, and Bird racing in to get it. Inning over. A good start for Holmberg. He's allowed one hit. No score after an inning and a half. By Elk, and Elk, Chris, something you started to touch on earlier about facing the Cardinals when you have a left-hander on the mound. It certainly enhances your chances of that and them not scoring a ton of runs.
It really is interesting that the Cardinals struggle so much now. It could be the small sample size. They've had 28 games against left-handers and all the rest of their games against right-handers, but they are at even 500. So if you're a playoff team or a team down the stretch that has a left-hander in your rotation, you may want to figure out a way to get that lefty against the Cardinals.
Of course, it is interesting to note that the one left-hander you'd probably pick to take the mound if you had to take one left-hander in all of baseball to face the Cardinals in a playoff game is a guy that they have owned the last couple of years, including twice defeating Clayton Kershaw last year. And I mean, they kicked him around pretty good. Marlon Byrd taps one foul. Speaking of the Dodgers, they are the National League's Western Division leaders, two better than the defending world champion Giants. On the ground to Carpenter, and Byrd thrown out to start the Reds' second of this scoreless game. Dodgers an early 3-0 lead over Philadelphia tonight. Saw where Matt Latos pitched a really good game, his first game as a Dodger after going over in that trade. Johnny Cueto, by the way, is making his second start tonight as a Kansas City Royal. His first game went 6, allowed 3, and a no decision against Toronto. Tonight, they're in the bottom of the second inning, and Cueto pitching on the road in Detroit. One and one to Brian Pena. Speaking of Detroit, Chris, were you surprised by the news that the longtime general manager of the Detroit Tigers, David Dombrowski, was fired yesterday?
Yes, I was. I really always thought that David Dombrowski, given the fact that they had some measure of success there in Detroit, would probably leave on his own terms. Evidently, that's not the case. I've not had a chance to read the articles surrounding it, but I was surprised and interested to see that happen.
He was a president of the franchise and worked his way up, but he was still the guy running everything in the baseball operations department. Obviously the first down year in a long time for the Tigers. who had won 4 straight divisional championships. That's a fly ball in an area where they weren't playing. That wasn't some drive that was mashed into the gap. But the left fielder, Piscotty, was shading Pena towards the line.
Well, teams have a tendency not really to give Brian Pena much respect opposite field when he's hitting left-handed. And he hits a lot of balls that way, but they play him to kind of dink the ball into left field. And you can see where they just get burned simply over his head. You know, didn't even get to the warning track on a fly. But sometimes those defensive metrics may have a blip here and there.
So now a scoring chance for the Reds. Runner in scoring position for Eugenio Suarez. Fastball down and in. Suarez checks in at 301. Knocked in his 22nd run since taking over as the regular shortstop. He's played in roughly 10 fewer games. Now that does not mean a start every appearance compared to Zach Cozart, the man he replaced after that terrible knee injury, season-ending knee surgery for Zach, who's of course back wearing a uniform and has rejoined his teammates on the bench. So nice to see him back. Was off to an outstanding start this year. And excuse me, swinging a foul ball, 1-2 on Suarez.
You can see where Martinez is trying to keep that fastball on Suarez's hand. I think they are beginning to really respect the power and the bat speed of Eugenio Suarez. Kid just looks good at the plate.
Served in a short right center. Grichuk is there for the second out. And the pitcher is coming up. We look at the Cardinals on defense, presented by Ford. A lot of changes with a lot of injuries. No Matt Holliday, so Piscotty brought up from the minor leagues. No John Jay. Grichuk now moving into center field. No Matt Adams. They've been without him for a long time. So Moss, after the trade, getting work at first base. They hope to get Holliday and Jay, both of them, back. There's a tapper by Holmberg, foul. Of course, they've already lost Adam Wainwright for the season. Their ace and #1 guy, man, especially when the postseason comes around. None much better than Adam Wainwright.
I got him.
He got him. Wow. And Martinez can't believe it. He just hit the pitcher with 2 outs in the inning.
Well, if you're on the receiving end of a 96-mile-an-hour fastball hit by pitch, that's the way you want to have it happen to you. Just slightly graze the uniform. Holmberg, a left-handed thrower and a right-handed hitter. He's got a little sleeve on his elbow. That's his moneymaker right there, and that looks like that ball got him off the body and then hit the elbow. Looks like he's going to be all right.
All right, let's see if Billy Hamilton can make Martinez pay for that mistake. 2 on, 2 out, scoreless game. And a fastball right down the middle of strike. Carpenter in a couple of paces on the grass over third.
Yeah, I don't think this is a night, at least as long as Martinez is in the game, that Hamilton really has a good chance of laying a bunt down. Not that you'd score a run from second base on it anyway, but Martinez just really good fielder. You may have seen Billy Hamilton bend down right there after that ball got away from the catcher Yadier Molina, and it kind of got behind him, and Hamilton bent down as almost a generous gesture of giving the catcher a free line to third base. There's no reason to do that. You don't have to do that, and that batter's box is yours as long as you don't intentionally interfere with the catcher. So if the ball gets away far enough from the catcher and he has to throw around you in the batter's box, then so be it.
Martinez in front of Billy Hamilton at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pena and Holmberg aboard. And Martinez to the plate. Just a little bit low. Ben May behind home plate tonight. Scott Berry the umpire at first. James Hoy at second. The crew chief is Ted Barrett. He's the umpire at third. Two balls, 2 strikes, and a bouncing ball will back up the first baseman. And Martinez easily gets to the bag in time to end the inning. A hit 2 left. We move to the third. Still no score.
Ballpark to root on the Reds. Thanks to everyone who are a part of the Fan Express program this season. Back in the year 2000, a man halfway around the world, Jens Wagner from Munich, Germany, got on the bone marrow registry. And more than a decade went by, and he just thought, well, perhaps I'm not a match for anyone. Then in April in 2013, all of a sudden he got a call, and it was a Reds employee, Chris Harrell, who was fighting for his life, and suddenly he was a match. Jens decided to donate his bone marrow, and it saved Chris Harrell's life. Tonight, Jens and Chris Harrell were on the Great American Ballpark field, and they were honored in a big way, and Jens threw out the first pitch. He practiced big time for that bad boy. And there you see Chris Harrell on the left. And I was able to talk to both gentlemen, and I said, Jens, you know you're a hero. And he played it down. He said, I didn't do anything. Chris did the fighting, which is true. But he went and he got registered, and he gave that bone marrow, and he is a hero on this night. And Friday in the Fox Sports Ohio Club from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., they're having another bone marrow drive. All you have to do is stop by. It's a very simple process. Get on the bone marrow registry, and perhaps you could save a life in the future.
That is an absolutely incredible story, Jim Day. I remember when Chris was diagnosed, and Chris lives out just across the Hamilton County and the Claremont County border, and was coaching his son's basketball team over there in Milford. And boy, you're just sitting there thinking to yourself, a family, young kids, things were not all that optimistic. Certainly there were so many thoughts and prayers for him, and he was doing a lot of that himself, and to see it all turn out the way it did, what an amazing story. We played 2. We are scoreless. Reds have 2 hits. Cardinals have 1. Reds have left 3. Redbirds have stranded 2. Martinez a broken bat roller, and it's thrown out by Brandon Phillips. 1 out. You always like that when guys don't run to first, don't you? Cheer on your Cincinnati Reds. They take on the Arizona Diamondbacks for a 4-game series beginning on August the 20th. And thanks to Reach Savings Magazine, you can catch the action and save with a 4 for $48 ticket offer. $48, you get 4 view-level tickets plus 4 exclusive Reds hats. Diamondbacks in town. That'll be a good series. Both teams loading up on very young pitchers. We're going to see those Diamondbacks we've gone this entire year. And it won't be until this coming weekend where the Reds and the Diamondbacks, and on this trip the Reds and the Dodgers, will play for the first time in 2015. Carpenter pops it up. And quickly 2 away for Holmberg here in the 3rd.
Yeah, that's the way Holmberg would like to have it. Any pitcher really, but especially a contact pitcher like Holmberg, doesn't strike out a lot. Get him early in the count. 3 pitches or less should be his goal.
Tell you one thing we're really looking forward to, and we will bring some of it to you. We don't know how much yet. But, you know, there are certain players in the history of baseball that sort of transcend, you know, even your own local fan base. And certainly Randy Johnson is one of those players, in his case a pitcher, and he just got inducted into baseball's Hall of Fame a little more than a week ago. And while we are in Arizona this coming weekend, this coming Saturday, they are going to retire Randy Johnson's jersey Saturday night. So looking forward to checking out all that. I mean, they're bringing back the former owner, the former general manager of the Diamondbacks, had brought him in as a free agent. Randy will speak on the field, and for those of us who happen to be around there at the time, that'll be pretty cool.
That will be. I mean, you've got to go down and look at all the free agent signings in the history of free agency in baseball, and that was the #1,
probably right,
of all.
Yeah, probably right. Won 4 straight Cy Young awards. Just an incredible pitcher. Fly ball to right. And I tell you what, Holmberg is doing it again so far. 3 innings, 1 hit, no runs. See if the Reds can get on the board. Top of the order coming up. Start of every game. We call it Reds Live, presented by Ray St. Clair Roofing. Tomorrow we come your way, an afternoon tilt, and the game will be on television. High noon, Reds Live gets underway. Hard-throwing young right-hander Michael Lorenzen against another hard-throwing right-hander Michael Waka Manana. Hard-throwing Carlos Martinez to face a top of the order. Brandon Phillips single to center field on a 2-0 pitch, leading off the Reds' first inning. Starts him with a breaking ball and a knee buckler at that. Strike 1. Another breaking ball, and this time Phillips pops it up into foul ground, and that's easy for Moss. can tweet your favorite strong fan photo to strongest fan photo. It's brought to you by T-Mobile, and perhaps maybe we'll show your picture in an upcoming game. Joey Votto tapped into a force out at second base, his first time up on a fielder's choice. Bouncing ball back to the pitcher Martinez. And that was on a 2-0 count. He faces a 2-0 count here in the third. But Joey just so hot since the All-Star break. Leads all National League hitters in base hits. Batting average at 482, walks, on base percentage. And he's just drawn another walk. He comes with one out, and that's the first of the game, given up by Carlos Martinez.
Looks like this time around, second time through the lineup, Martinez, well, he's throwing really what Yadier Molina is flashing signs for. He's not the kind of young man that's going to shake off Molina very much at all. In fact, I think they have an agreement. Yadi calls him and Martinez throws him. And this time through the order, they seem to be favoring the off-speed pitches a little bit. I guess if you're going to rely on one catcher around baseball to go all in on as far as trusting him with strategy, it would be Yadier Molina.
You know, it's funny. You look up and down this Cardinal starting rotation. Waka and Jaime Garcia now back healthy again in the bullpen. Segrist and Rosenthal and Maness. I mean, all these guys were just brought up a couple of years ago, and that's when Molina was really earning his money. This is going to be an infield hit for Frazier if it stays on the grass, and it does.
I think Frazier needed one of those.
Yes. Well, maybe that'll get him turned around. Sometimes that's all it takes. Jay Bruce flied out to center field his first time up. 2 on, 1 out, scoreless game in the third.
That's a nice pick by Molina there. That saved a wild pitch, and the ball probably going all the way to the backstop. He just kind of stuck his left hand back there, backhanded, and there the ball was. You know, you talk about the control problems that Martinez has had, and it seemed to come in bunches. He'll have games where he'll walk 4, and then other games where he'll walk 1. So if you can get him on a little bit of a roll where his mechanics go awry, those are the games in which you can take advantage of that control problem.
Off the end of the bat by Bruce on a 2-0 pitch. And again, right in the center fielder. Second time Jay has done that tonight. 2 out, and here comes Marlon Byrd. Two on, 2 out, 0-1 to Marlin. Short hop, unable to handle it. Peralta, and slamming on the brakes and diving back into third is Votto. That's an alert play there by Colton Wall. If he doesn't come all the way over from where he was playing in the second base position. Votto may have had a chance to score on that ball because Peralta couldn't find it.
Well, Votto, you know, with his back to the plate, did not know that the ball was muffed by the shortstop here. Peralta just goes to backhand that ball. Don't know if he needed to or not, but it took on a bad hop on him, and I think it was Riggleman that yells at Votto, says, "Stay right there, come, now get back, get back, get back." And that's when Votto looked up and realized he had to dive back to the bag. So they were about to send him had Wong not showed up.
And scored an infield hit. And now Pena loops one down the left field line, and that's a fair ball. 2 runs will score on a 2-run double by Brian Pena.
Brian Pena burned the Cardinals with a shot over the left fielder's head his first time. This time he gets the outfielders to move back a few yards and now dumps one in right down the left field line. Same guy hit both of them.
Derek Lilliquist is a pitching coach for Mike Matheny. He comes out to visit. So you look at this inning. Votto draws a walk. Frazier a little number infield hit. Bird an infield hit. And then Pena delivers a little blue double down the line. But it all adds up to a 2-0 lead, and here's Suarez, and he's down a strike.
Well, this last series, there are 2 series that the Reds have played against the Cardinals in St. Louis, and then in this series now, second game of 3. All the runs scored seem to have come in 1 or 2 innings, just all bunched up. And Suarez could really do some damage here with a base hit. Looks like Carlos Martinez reaching back for a little bit more. That fastball that usually rides around 95, 96 is up to 98 right now with runners at second and third.
Suarez breaking his bat, 1 ball and 2 strikes. Well, it's funny you say that, Chris. You know, the 2 teams have played in now 3 games last week, 1 game last night, a 5th tonight. In 48 innings, the Reds have scored in just 7 of the 48. But like you said, you know, they're not only getting them, but then the pitching making those runs stand up. Suarez gone swinging. Pena, 2-out, 2-run double to give the Reds a 2-0 lead. records. The Cubs, the best road record of all teams in Major League Baseball. Surprisingly, the Rangers are on that list. I say surprisingly because they're not necessarily having a really good year. They're having a decent year, but not a great year. 500 team. That's not the case for the Royals and Cardinals, two of the top teams in all of baseball. But the Cardinals' home record is a number that just, you look at it 2 or 3 times and you're like, there's no way that's right, but it is. 40 wins and 16 losses. That's incredible.
Yeah, the Cardinals have done a great job at home, and they have done a great job during the day. And the Reds will take them on in an afternoon contest tomorrow.
Great tune here they're playing at the ballpark. Haven't heard this one in a while. Of course, one of Jimmy Buffett's favorite stops for years and years and years and years has always been right here in Cincinnati. And that song right there, Fins. She came down from Cincinnati. It took her 3 days on the train. Breaking ball, strike one to Jason Hayward. Of course, we're not allowed to sing it anymore. And that's probably a good thing.
I'm glad
One ball
you said
and one strike to Hayward. I think I figured that out. My daughter reminds me daily. Two and one to Hayward, 3, 4, and 5 in the Cardinal batting order here in the fourth. Holmberg has been very, very good so far through the front 3. 1 hit. Struck out 2, walked the very first batter of the game.
Yeah, we talked about the troubles that the Cardinals have had against left-handers. The leading hitter against left-handed pitching on this team is the guy at the plate, a left-handed hitter himself.
Well, a walk to begin the Cardinal fourth inning. We'd love to wish a big happy birthday to Nita Bell Snyder, celebrating her 90th birthday. That was just a couple of days ago on Sunday. Nita Bell Snyder, a belated happy birthday. And just a handful of days ago, we were on the road, so we're just getting some of these now. But certainly would love to wish a belated happy wedding anniversary to Jim and Leota Rokiski. I hope I'm saying that correctly. They're from Springdale, Ohio. And on July the 30th, the Rokiskis celebrated their 70th wedding anniversary. That is wonderful. Congratulations. God bless you all. Here's ball 2, or ball 1, I beg your pardon, Johnny Peralta after a leadoff walk to Hayward. Cardinals are not much of a running team at all. They only really have a couple of guys that are even remotely a threat, and Hayward would be one of them. He leads the team with 16 steals, been thrown out twice. The other would be Colton Wong, hitting down in the ace spot. He's very fast, but not necessarily a good base stealer. 11 out of 17 so far. Funny how, you know, when teams go out and make player acquisitions, it was only a year ago when the Cardinals brought in Peter Borges, and they were thinking they were going to get between Borges and Wong, they were going to bring back that element of speed that was so very much a weapon for the St. Louis Cardinals for many, many years in their organization. Of course, going back to the days where Vince Coleman and Willie McGee and Ozzie Smith, I mean, they were running like rabbits all over the place. Now, they weren't going to beat that, but they thought they would have that at least, you know, as part of their arsenal. Never fully developed. Borges never became a regular player, lost his job to John Jay. Liner should double him up, and they do.
Yeah, this is one of those plays where you ask yourself, what am I going to do if the ball is hit to me? And Frazier knows immediately. I mean, he doesn't look at first base to see if the runner is off the bag. I mean, he just catches and comes up firing. Hey, a double play any way you can get him.
Bases wiped clean, and here's Molina, who singled to center field, the only Cardinal hit that came leading off the St. Louis second inning. This time Suarez handles it to the glove side, and the inning is over. Oh, Holmberg pitches around a leadoff walk. Reds lead 2-0. Ford go further by Meyer. Find more for a healthier you at Meyer. And by Cincinnati Children's, ranking 3rd in the country on the U.S. News and World Report's best children's hospitals in America. And as always, we welcome those of you watching tonight over at Cincinnati Children's. We're hoping you're having a good day today. Very much. Rolling into downtown Cincinnati. Reds in front after 3.5 over Carlos Martinez and the St. Louis Cardinals 2-0. And pitcher v. pitcher to start the 4th. Chris brought it up earlier. This is exactly what Martinez has always wanted to do. You know, it's funny, oftentimes Dusty Baker used to say it all the times, and not to any fault of his, but the Reds would infrequently do it. But Dusty would make reference all the time about how back when he was with the Dodgers and some other teams coming up, but especially the Dodgers, they would use a lot of high-profile starting young pitchers, but give them their first taste of the big leagues working out of the bullpen. That is precisely what happened for Carlos Martinez, but he was one of those guys who kept saying to anybody that would ask him, and he didn't care about ruffling any feathers, he'd say, look, I do not want to be a relief pitcher. I want to be a starter. Well, when he finally got the chance, it's one thing to want it, it's another thing to go out and do it and keep it, and that he clearly is doing.
Well, you're right about that, because he now has control of his secondary pitchers as that slider. He throws a changeup too, but not very often, and he has walked the pitcher to lead the inning off.
And that's after he hit Holmberg the last time.
You know, there's two theories on that, Tom, and really the way you break down, do you bring a guy up out of the minor leagues and make him a starter or a reliever to get his feet wet? And the first thought is we need to get him down in the minor leagues, stretch him out, so that when he does start, we don't have to baby the number of innings in a particular game that he had. And you save the manager having to double up on bullpen help on a particular start night. if he's not stretched out. The other is, let's get him some experience at the major league level to find out what it is to pitch against big league hitters. And you do it in short bursts where they don't have to see the same hitter 2 or 3 times in a ball game, and they build their confidence, get their stuff down, and move from there. 2 different theories. I don't know which is right or wrong, but that's really the way you have to break that thing down.
And really, it's almost an exclusive sort of thing when you're talking about bringing those guys up and putting them in the bullpen. Exclusive meaning you rarely see the soft tossers that are brought up and stuck in the bullpen.
Unless you're a left-hander. And then you groom a guy to be a left-handed only reliever, and that's what you don't want to do with a starter. You want that lefty to be able to get right-handed hitters out because the opposing manager is always going to load up righties on him. So Holmberg has been able to finesse his way to have a much better changeup by being in the minor leagues than in the big leagues.
Boy, that was Martinez just overpowering Hamilton in this at bat. No one's going to hit that pitch. It's a foot outside.
I think Billy is just stuck in that limbo between wanting to hit the ball hard and drive it into the gaps and be a slap hitter. I mean, you got to commit yourself one way or another. And you brought up Vince Coleman the other day. He lives in San Diego, and he goes out to a lot of San Diego Padre games, even though he's under some kind of a instructional consultant agreement with the Chicago White Sox. Might be an opportunity to have Pitts talk to Billy Hamilton a little bit. I mean, they're the same type player. Doesn't mean you have to be exactly the same, but it's not a bad idea to learn from what's going on ahead of you.
Well, I think it's interesting about the comparison between the two is that ball's hit down the right field line towards the corner and unable to get it as Hayward. I mean, as far as body type is concerned, they are not comparable in any way, shape, or form. Coleman became a very powerfully built man. Big broad chest on him, thicker legs. I mean, Coleman wasn't a guy that was walking around during his career weighing 165 pounds. And it would have been very easy for some to say to Coleman, hey, look, why don't you try to drive the ball in the gaps? A guy with his strength may have had a better chance at it, but they told him right from the get-go, this is what we want you to do. And he did it.
And the same thing they did with Willie McGee, who was in that same lineup with Vince Coleman. He was a slap hitter that was very frustrating to pitch to because he'd hit the ball where you would least expect it. But the whole idea is to get those speedsters on base. You get a talent like Hamilton, and sometimes it's worth just kind of thinking outside the box a little bit and saying, how can we just best use his talent? Let's not try to force him into a pigeonhole here or a more traditional approach.
It's a foul ball. Chris, whatever it is that's the final decision, I think everyone agrees, and I bet you Billy Hamilton would agree. Something has to be addressed in a very, very serious manner this offseason. Because you can't live through Billy Hamilton having the same kind of year next year that he's having this year.
Well, I think he's going to get better. I really still believe Billy Hamilton is going to be an excellent major league player. I really do. And I was encouraged to hear today that I emceed the season ticket holders luncheon here at the ballpark. And one of the guests on the days was Walt Jocketty. And Walt was asked a question, what about Billy Hamilton? Are you going to continue have him switch hit, or do you think he should just hit right-handed only? They're going to give Molina a second to shake some of the cobwebs out after that one. And the answer that Walt Jocketty gave was, I had a conversation with Billy Hamilton not too long ago, and we still believe that he could be a switch hitter, and we will feel very strongly about that. And I happen to agree wholeheartedly with that.
But I think the question most fans ask is, Chris, baseball is set up in such a different way than say football, for an example. Football's around the corner. There's a little flare that's going to fall in a base hit. So now the Reds have 2 on with 1 out. And before we get to a very important hit bat here for Votto, the question most fans say is, what do you do? I mean, we can sit here and talk about slap hitter and driving the ball and all those kinds of things. But what do you do to get Billy Hamilton where the Reds want him?
I think you get somebody in the organization. If you don't have someone that you want, you find a mentor for Billy Hamilton that after every at bat, he talks to Billy, and after every day he becomes his confidant and a guy, you know, a Davey Lopes type of a guy. And maybe the Reds have somebody in the organization that can do that. But I really think that Billy needs someone to kind of mentor him other than just the regular batting coach, because the batting coach has got, you know, 15 other guys to worry about.
Well, it's certainly something we'll be keeping an eye on during this offseason for sure. Reds have a chance to add to this 2-0 lead. Here in the bottom of the fourth, it's 1-1 on Joey Votto, who's bounced into a fielder's choice. He drew the 1-out walk, scored the first run of the game an inning ago on the 2-out 2-run opposite field double off the bat of Brian Pena. Brandon certainly will be aware of Molina, who likes to throw down to first behind a runner from time to time, and that Brandon Moss is standing right next to the first base line over there.
And it's a perfect setup for that left-handed hitter at the plate, so that the runner at first really can't see what's going on behind him, and a quick throw behind him sometimes can buy an out.
Three and one to Votto. Martinez tonight has only thrown 6 more strikes than he has balls. 37-31 strike to balls. And he has walked Votto to load him up in front of Frazier.
And walked him on a 3-1 changeup.
Well, maybe not necessarily kick the door down, but certainly a chance to make it a very, very tall order to come back. If Frazier can find a gap with the bases loaded here in the 4th inning, already leading by a pair. Instead, a slow roller to short, so bring in a run. And that makes it 3-0 Reds. Frazier gets his 68th run batted in.
Another at bat for Todd that he barely hits it hard enough to get out of the infield grass, but this time, like the last time, well placed, no double play, picks up an RBI.
Jay Bruce, a pair of fly balls to the center fielder. Foul ball. Pulled to Colton Wong, and the inning is over. The Reds get a run thanks to a leadoff walk to the pitcher Holmberg, and lead at the end of 4, 3-0.
Brewers take on the New York City FC at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1. It's sponsored by Audi. I'm Jim Day. Last night was the third annual Reds Community Fund Telethon game, and we take a lot of pride in bringing you not only the stories of what the Reds Community Fund is doing in our community, but some of the success stories that have come out of the Reds Urban Youth Academy. Last night, the phones were just lit up. Reds country, you certainly came alive. Last year, we raised over $50,000, which we were extremely proud of. But after selling out all of the MVP bags today online, the total, boys, over $130,000 raised last night. Reds country, tremendous job. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Boy, the Reds fans once again proving they're just the very, very best. Huge hearts here in the heartland. No two ways about that. Not everybody has a huge wallet, but there are a whole lot of huge hearts. David Holmberg faces the left-handed batting Brandon Moss. The two times that Holmberg has faced a left-handed batter of the first 4 innings of this game tonight to start an inning, he has walked that batter. He's 2-2 on Moss. He walked Carpenter in the first, walked Hayward in the fourth. There's only 2 walks in the game. He surrendered just 1 hit. That was a single by Molina leading off the second. And there is strike 3 called, and Moss disagrees. He thought that pitch was low.
Number 5, as you see at the bottom of your screen, right on the bottom of the strike zone. You know, it's no secret. I mean, if you've really paid attention to what's going on here recently in baseball, the last few years, that is, there is more and more room at the bottom of the strike zone for pitchers to hit now than ever before. Umpires are calling that low strike, defined as a hollow of the knees. And so we're seeing more ground balls, we're seeing fewer home runs, and more pitchers are getting successful by getting down there.
So you brought up something earlier in the game, and the more and more you just sit here and watch, man, did you strike a chord? This windup by Holmberg does indeed remind you so much of the windup of Tom Browning. There's a fly ball to right field for the second out of the inning.
Now, Browning was a little different pitcher in as much as he really liked to pitch upstairs a lot more. He threw a 4-seam fastball, not overpowering, but he threw it right in that no zone between the top of the strike zone and the chin, where hitters just wanted to swing at it. They swung at it and they popped it up a lot. He did work down the zone with his breaking ball. He had a nice changeup. For the most part, though, he just pounded you inside with a fastball and challenged you all night long.
And I don't want anybody, please don't misunderstand me. I am in no way, shape, or form comparing David Holmberg to Tom Browning, except for just the actual windup and the way he finishes his pitches.
How about body type? A little bit.
Holmberg, bigger guy, taller guy, much taller guy. But yeah,
I mean, what they have in common is a fairly conservative stride and a lot of action with their upper body.
Line drive caught by Brandon to end the inning. 1-2-3 for Holmberg for the second time tonight. We're halfway through this one, and the Reds lead the Cardinals. It is a 3-0 game. 400 mobile and connected devices with MLB.tv Premium. Blackout and other restrictions do apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. Reds bat last of the fifth against Carlos Martinez, leading 3-0. Marlon Byrd, Brian Pena, Eugenio Suarez due up. Breaking ball misses in. Pirates a 4-1 lead over the Cubs. That game in the bottom of the fifth inning. Nationals 2-1 in front of Arizona in the fourth. Giants shutting out Atlanta 3-0. So Freddie Freeman just went on the disabled list for Atlanta. Boy, the Mets are rolling, not fooling around tonight in Miami. A 4-0 lead. They rallied to win again last night. Mets gunning for their 6th consecutive win. Two and two on Marlon Byrd. Struck him out, and for Martinez, and strikeout number 3 in the game.
You might remember the story about Carlos Martinez. Gets him on a slider right here that just really doesn't break a lot, and sometimes you hang him up there just high enough for the hitter to swing through him. He was originally signed by the Red Sox as an international free agent from Puerto Plata, Dominican Republic, which is a very rural area in the Dominican. And because of some confusion about his name and the official paperwork surrounding his birth certificate and all, the signing that the Red Sox made of him was eventually voided. And they found out that he really had no he didn't forge documents or do anything wrong. Really what happened was that because he's from such a rural area where records are not kept very well, and his mother passed away when he was very young, he was essentially raised by his uncle, who had the last name of Matias. So he became Carlos Matias Martinez. Well, Major League Baseball couldn't get everything worked out with the Dominican government, and they eventually negated the signing of the Red Sox and suspended Martinez for a year. And that was when the Red Sox had paid him a $140,000 signing bonus. Well, in the meantime, in the year that expired between the time that he was begin the suspension until he was finally eligible to re-sign again, he grew a little bit. His fastball got better and better, and all of a sudden every other major league team was on him, and he eventually signed with the Cardinals for $1.5 million. So the Martinez story is kind of an interesting one when you dig back that deep. Of course, he was nicknamed Little Pedro almost immediately upon reaching the scene here in St. Louis. But he still has had visa problems over the last few years, coming to spring training almost 5 or 6 weeks late in 2013 because of that lingering last name problem.
Well, he was very, very close with Oscar Taveras. In fact, he took Oscar Taveras' locker, took Oscar Taveras' number. Of course, that was a young, extraordinary, talented player who died during the offseason. They wear his initials on their logo. It was a driving under the influence, terrible accident that took the life of Taveras and another.
His first All-Star team this year in Cincinnati when he was nominated to be a contender in that final vote, voted on by the fans.
They just edged out Johnny Cueto. By the way, Cueto tonight now trailing in Detroit 2-1. That game at the end of 5. They're the one team that was quite a surprise, did not go out and really start wheeling and dealing around the trade deadline, was the New York Yankees. I mean, the team with the financial wherewithal. Now, whether or not they had enough prospects to trade to get some accomplished players, or whatever the case may be, who knows. But I mean, you talk about a surprise team this year. They're the Yankees. That ball driven hard into deep right center field, and it's up against the wall. And Suarez just missed, making it a 4-0 game. That's a 2-base hit.
Boy, this is the power-packed swing that he brings to the plate with him, Eugenio Suarez. Martinez, a mistake pitch, and Suarez just levels on it. Oh, a couple of inches from getting out of here.
Second, 2 away on one on Holmberg, who surprisingly has been on base twice. Hit by a pitch and then drew a walk and scored in the 4th inning. Started 2, did not go around on the appeal. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Two on Holmberg, and there's strike 3 to retire the side. We go to the 6th. Holmberg and the Reds in front 3-0. Couple of infield hits in front of Brian Pena's double down the left field line, plating Votto and Frazier for a 2-0 lead. They took advantage of wildness by Martinez, a pair of walks, including one to David Holmberg in the 4th, who scored on a ground out by Frazier. And boy, has Holmberg been impressive now for a 2nd straight start. He's only allowed 1 Cardinal hit. Reds have left 8. And a 3-0 game as St. Louis bats. This Reds pitching staff, of course, loaded with rookies. allowing just 2 runs to the Cardinals over the last 36 innings pitched. Wow. Of course, they shut him out in back-to-back games to win that series last week. And now Peter Borges will bat for Carlos Martinez, who goes 5 innings here tonight, allowed 7 hits, 3 runs, all earned. He struck out 4, walked 3, and hit a batter. Breaking ball swung on and missed to get ahead. Ball and 2 strikes on Borges, and tried another breaking ball, and that one bounces up there, and Borges will not chase it.
Like a lot of pitchers, David Holmberg has 2 separate types of breaking balls. One's a slider, harder breaking ball that he'll go down and in with to right-handers, and a slower one that he tried to get Borges to swing out 2 times in a row there.
Oh boy, there's a mistake. One of very few made in the game tonight by Holmberg, but he hits Borges on a 2-2 pitch to lead off the inning. Well, the leadoff batters have been the only problem in this game tonight for David Holmberg.
It's like he just tries to cut that ball a little bit, and Borges never does get his foot out of the way at all.
Cardinals have had the leadoff man aboard in an inning in now 4 of the 6 frames tonight.
2 walks, a hit batter, and a base hit.
And only 1 time did that runner advance to second base, and that was on an error by Votto on a pickoff throw attempt. So here's Carpenter, who walked, was stranded at second base in the first inning, and then popped up to Bird in the 3rd. Holmberg going sort of against the one of the pitching, I guess if you will, holy grails, the fact that he has only found the first strike on the first pitch 8 times of the 19 Cardinals have come to the plate. Now he's fallen behind 2-0.
Yeah, and you know what he's been able to do, though, is make good pitches out of the stretch position. You don't want your pitcher pitching out of the stretch all night long, but he's had to do that. That's what happens when the leadoff man is on base. A little pep talk here by Brian Pena, and that's exactly what that is. Boy, did he wow him today at the season ticket holders luncheon. Brian Pena can light up a room like nobody else. Funny, sincere, connects with the fans. And when he's behind the plate, he really feels like he is your partner. Sometimes you get guys at the plate that say, well, all right, watch him out on 3-0 count. I don't think that's the case with Matt Carpenter. He's going to make you work.
A hit batter and a walk to begin the 6th inning. And now Brian Price himself will go down and pick up the phone to the Reds bullpen.
Well, not only the 6th inning, but this is exactly the beginning of the 3rd time through the lineup for David Holmberg. And I got to figure that walk to Matt Carpenter is just a mental blip. I mean, after 2-0, any pitcher, when you go 2-0 on a hitter, if you don't go and take a little lap around the mound and talk to yourself and get yourself back on track, your catcher should. And that's what Brian Pena went out there for, but he was unable to get him back on track. Maybe Jeff Pico can. Holmberg was originally drafted by the Chicago White Sox, 2nd round, 2009, out of a high school in Florida. The White Sox traded him to the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that's how the Reds got him. In the Ryan Hannigan trade that included Tampa Bay, Arizona, and the Reds, Hannigan went to Tampa, and Holmberg came to Cincinnati.
All right, 2-1 for Grichuk. All of a sudden, a tying run comes to the plate without the need of a base hit for the Cardinals. And it's ball one to Grichuk, who's popped to center and fly to right.
Well, the question here is, can you get a guy loose fast enough?
Well, they've got two of them down there throwing in a hurry. Ryan Matthews, a right-hander, just activated off the disabled list, is left-hander Manny Parra. Holmberg cruising through the front five, walking just two, allowing only one hit, but now a hit batter and a walk to begin the 6th inning. And he's fallen behind 2 balls and a strike on Grichuk. This is where you learn about young pitchers trying to make their way to becoming established major league pitchers. Forget making your way to making it to the big leagues. I mean, Holmberg's here. He's been here before. And now trying to establish himself that he belongs here. This ball is clobbered by Grichuk. And we watch that one hit off the top of the wall. 1-run scores. They're going to hold the second runner. That just missed tying this game. It's 3-1. It's only the second Cardinal hit of the night.
Boy, it's like Randall Grichuk was waiting the entire at bat for the fastball that he's been waiting for all night. And he gets one, and that is one he turns on.
I think the Cardinals might take a look at this one.
Well,
Mike Matheny waiting on word from his dugout as to whether or not they should have a look. Certainly taking quite a while for them to make this decision.
You know, this is one area where I think that Major League Baseball could improve a little bit. That time given to the umpire to decide what, or to the manager who may request a review. We want to make that more exact, I would think. You know, you either throw the flag and want a review or not. And the question is, did it hit that fence behind the padded wall, and is that fence an indication of a home run? Unfortunately, in the media guide and in most every media guide that is in Major League Baseball, the ground rules are not specifically spelled out. So we can't help you.
And I mean, think about what we're talking about here. You know, you're talking about that yellow line, which normally if the ball hits the yellow line and comes back into the field of play, it's a live ball. But that fence, that rail behind it, is a separate structure, or part of a separate structure altogether. This is a crew chief review. So this is not a review, a challenge made by the manager, Mike Matheny. You know, if it hits that, looks like it's green railing or black railing there behind the yellow line, if indeed it did hit it,
like
does that make it a home run?
That's a cyclone fence right there that essentially holds up that pad. So if the ball hits that, is that a home run?
And, you know, in all fairness, and this is something we talk about from time to time, it's little things like that that could make life a lot easier for these umpires. I mean, they don't need me alibiing for it. But let's say, for example, that ball came down and hit the top of that fencing behind the yellow pad. Is it a home run? I mean, it has to be. That is beyond the yellow line. But where you're making it tough for the umpire is but when you go to go back to that shot here for a second before they come out. The top of the structure that is attached to that fence has no move to the right. The yellow is painted on top of part of that structure.
What does that
so
mean?
If it hits the green to the left, is it a home run? But if it hits the yellow to the right on the same structure, it's a double or it's in play. You're not doing the umpires any favor, even those that are having a chance to look at this under review.
Well, you know, I think that if baseball is going to take the time to try to get these plays right and review these with ultra slow-mo and great camera angles and everything that you can possibly do frame by frame, we ought to really know what the rules are. And we don't know what the rules are when we go from ballpark to ballpark. And I think that's probably the next step for MLB. And even to let the fans in the ballpark know that if the ball hits the green fence behind this padded wall, that it is or is not a home run, so that they know what they're looking at when they're watching it on the big board, or that you know what you're looking at when you're watching it on your big screen TV at home. But I can tell you, I have nowhere to find out these rules.
And you can mark it down. When visiting managers come in here, they might go through quickly the grounds rules there at home plate. I'm not going to say Mike Matheny doesn't know whether or not this should be a home run, that particular ground rule, but a lot of managers don't.
Agreed.
Just like in football, a lot of head coaches don't. You see more plays challenged in the NFL that you're not allowed to challenge, and those are the things that you would think that that a head coach might know. You can't know everything. This is taking a very, very long time.
Seems like it's a long time for us, but when you're sitting in the hot seat in that review room in New York, it doesn't seem like it's that long. We're getting a verdict.
Ball on the field is a two-base hit. And that is the umpire review. We wait to see whether that is confirmed or stands. The bottom line is it doesn't matter whether it's confirmed or stands. Took 4 minutes and 1 second to come to that conclusion. And it takes Brian Price a shorter amount of time than that to decide to remove David Holmberg, who threw a good ball game here tonight. Ends up going 5+. He was cruising along. He only gives up 2 hits. But the hit batter and the walk to begin this inning really comes back to bite him. He leads with a 3-1 lead. Will need help from the bullpen. And this will be our Skyline Chili call to the bullpen as Manny Parra comes on to face Jason Hayward. Orioles August 18th and 19th here at the ballpark. On Wednesday the 19th, we're going to have a special post-game fireworks show presented by PNC Bank. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS. Visit select Kroger locations or log on to reds.com/tickets. Hit, batter, walk, double. And the Cardinals on the board for the first time tonight. Taking over for David Holmberg is another left-hander, Manny Parra. Just activated off the disabled list.
He's been on the disabled list a couple of times. Parra has, once with an elbow, once with a neck problem. He is now only in his 25th game. You'd be thinking more along the lines of about 40 games into the season right now for Parra had he not been injured this year.
So this is his first pitch since coming back off the DL last night, and he delivers ball one to Jason Hayward. Parra has faced Hayward 8 times, total of 9 plate appearances. 3 hits and 8 at bats for Hayward, including a double. 10 plate appearances. Parra's not only walked him, he's also hitting. Ran a good fastball in on his knuckles right there. 1 ball and 1 strike. Runners at second and third, and nobody out here in the Cardinals' 6th inning.
No secret about how Parra wants to come right after the left-handed hitting Hayward. He just wants to make sure that Hayward does not get his arms extended. He's crowding him with everything. You see where all the locations of those fastballs are. None of them even on the plate for a strike. Hayward is a big, tall guy, and most tall hitters, especially left-handers, really like that ball down. I mean, you can see him coiled, just ready to drop that bat head. Are they going to go outside, or is it a decoy? Maybe they break the ball down and away now.
Balls, 2 strikes on Hayward, and here it comes for Manny Parra. Struck him out. 1 away. Went to the full count and finally went downstairs with a fastball, and a fast one at that. 94 from Parra, and he chased ball 4. Right-handed batters this year hitting .267 against Manny Parra. There's ball 1 high. 8 hits and 30 at bats. Left-handers hitting under .215 against Parra. One and 0 on Peralta, second and third, 1 out, and it's 2 balls and no strikes. And he began with Holmberg hitting Borges on a 2-2 pitch. He then walked Carpenter. Grichuk nearly homered. Had an RBI double. In came Parr to strike out Hayward. Now 2 balls and a strike to Peralta. 3 balls and a strike. Molina next. Broken bat flare, and this will bring in 1 run. And it's now a 1-run deficit for the Cardinals on the run-scoring single by Peralta. And they have the tying run at third with only 1 out.
Got in on him with a fastball, but Peralta with enough bat speed to get it into the outfield. That ball not read very well by the runner at second base. Grichuk. Had he checked where those outfielders were before that ball was hit, he would have been able to score on that. But he held up and then looked where the left fielder was playing. So the Reds catch a break there, and they have a chance to get out of the inning still with the lead.
Well, the Reds still have the right-hander Matthews ready in the bullpen if they so choose to use him. Parra faced a left-hander, a right-hander, and now another right-hander in Molina.
Well, you would think that if Brian Price is going to make the change from Parra to a right-hander, he would have done it for the last hitter, Peralta, because you've got back-to-back righties in Peralta and Molina, then a left-handed hitter scheduled in Brandon Moss. Of course, they've got Mark Reynolds on the bench.
Pitch on the way. Now Molina has seen a lot of Parra. Of course, Manny did a little bit of everything pitching inside the Central with the Milwaukee Brewers and frequently uses a starter. So Molina has 25 career at bats against this Reds left-handed. Double play ball here. There's one, and Parra does the job. Boy, they got Molina in a big out last night in the 6th. A double play in the 6th inning tonight. Reds still lead 3-2.
Long tosses in the outfield look better than others, and today was a terrific one to see. This is Sean Marshall long tossing with, of all people, manager Brian Price and Jeff Pico. It was followed up by the first bullpen session that he's had in quite a long time after shoulder issues, and we talked to him about it.
Threw about 22 pitches, all fastballs, 2 seamers. I cut a couple of them, but, just trying to get my arm speed back and get my feet wet. So it was a successful bullpen for sure.
And for those that don't know the story, coming back from shoulder problems before he went under the knife, he just hoped that he could throw to his kids one day. He thought his career was over. They had a false MRI reading, and after the surgery, and they went in there and found no structural damage, he woke up and told him that not only are you going to throw to your kids someday, but you might pitch competitively again. He will start a throwing program. He will go on the road with the Reds to the West Coast. He will eventually go out on a rehab stint and perhaps pitch competitively this season. Unreal story.
Really is. Jim Day, thank you very much. We'll keep you up to date on that regularly. Carlos Villanueva takes over on the mound. Billy Hamilton trying to bunt his way on. Is behind 1 ball and 2 strikes. We've seen Villanueva plenty through the years. He's found a home here in St. Louis, whatever they ask him to do.
We've seen him obviously as a starter and a reliever with the Chicago Cubs. He's been around a number of different ball clubs, not overpowering, a little bit of this, a little bit of that, and a very serviceable major leaguer.
One ball and 2 strikes on Billy Hamilton. Hamilton trying to get aboard. Reds in front 3-2. And again pulled foul. Billy is bounced out and struck out. One away in the inning.
I say Villanueva with the Chicago Cubs. He's also spent a couple of years with Toronto, but the majority of his career early in the mid-2000s with the Milwaukee Brewers, and that is a circle change right there. That's a textbook circle change.
One away in the inning. Here's Brandon Phillips. And it's an air strike. By the way, a scoring decision change was made. Going back to that 3rd inning, the ball that Marlon Byrd hit to the right of the shortstop Johnny Peralta. Tried to backhand the ball, but bounced off his arm and into the air along the infield, which loaded the bases in front of the 2-run double by Pena. Was initially ruled a base hit. It's been changed to an error. So that means both those runs are unearned runs against Martinez. Phillips thrown out, 2 away here in the 6th. So now Joey Votto 0 for 1, has walked twice and scored a run. Those starting pitchers are still on the hook, if you will. Holmberg in line still to get a win, and Martinez still in line to be hung with a loss. Although a long way to go in this one. We're only in the bottom of the 6th inning. Slow breaking ball misses. 1 ball, 1 strike on Votto. Cubs came back to tie the Pirates 4-4. Now Pittsburgh has regained the lead in the bottom of the 6th inning. In front 5-4. 2 balls and a strike to Joey Votto.
The Johnny Cueto game continues to be 2-1. Cueto down by a run. That to the Detroit Tigers.
The game now in the bottom of the 7th inning in the Motor City. Foul ball. I tell you, a team that is so scary, man, on offense, especially when they play at home, is that Toronto team. They have only been to the plate in 5 innings tonight, and they have scored 9 runs. They are averaging more than a run per game than the next closest team in Major League Baseball.
Of course, they've given up 7.
Yes, they have. Gone swinging his photo. That's the other part of the problem. We go to the 7th. Reds in front 3-2.
Not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cincinnati Reds.
Well, as promised earlier tonight, we have selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag Ohio Data Strong Fan, and perhaps we'll show it during an upcoming game. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. And Phillip, thank you. Boy, right down there in the dugout. Pretty nice shot right there. All right. Top of the 7th inning. Reds lead 3-2. Manny Parra will start this 7th inning. Knee buckler there for a strike. Parra came on, got a strikeout, allowed a run-scoring bloop single, but then it got a huge double play ball off the bat of Yadier Molina, keeping the Reds' lead intact. And now tries to put away Moss to start the inning. Matthews once more is ready in the bullpen. You have a right-hander, then a left-hander coming up in this inning for St. Louis. Piscotty, the right-handed batter, and then a left-handed batting Colton Wong.
Parra thought he had the corner.
Two and two to count on Moss. And Parra to the plate. Broken bat roller at Brandon. One away. And here comes Brian Price.
But I got ahead of him with breaking balls and then nothing but fastballs. And man, oh man, toothpicks everywhere in the infield after that inside heater. I got to tell you, as a pitcher, that just feels so good.
I bet. Parr did an excellent job.
You got to pick up some little pieces of wood on the way off the field, though.
Yeah, and then just you can take them into your dugout and throw them away down there. But good work by Manny Parra. Ryan Matthews now comes on. He'll face Piscotty, and then you have the left-handed batting Colton Wong. We're back in a moment. Giving way to the right-handed Ryan Matthews.
Matthews probably had no idea when he was picked up off the waiver wire by the Reds from the Angels that he would become such an integral part of this bullpen. Trying to nail down a job that will maybe extend himself into next year. Comes on with 1 out, nobody on, a 1-run ball game.
Well, the only chink in the armor we've seen from Matthews, I mean, the opponent's batting average is very, very good, keeping the ball in the ballpark very, very well, is sometimes his lack of command. But when this guy throws strikes, he has been very impressive. Scotty with a count of 1 ball, 1 strike. Reds lead by 1 run. And there's 1 out in this 7th. It's a ball and 2 strikes. Two balls and 2 strikes on Piscotty, and Matthews gets him to hit a 1-hopper right at Frazier. Good throw by Todd. 2 out. Now Wong. Wong tonight has popped up to left, and he nearly took Brandon Phillips' glove off with a line drive in the 5th inning. Brandon caught it. But boy, did he hit it hard. 11 home runs for this Cardinals second baseman.
He packs a punch for a player that is only 5 feet 9 inches tall. I mean, do not shortchange his bat speed.
This guy's very strong. Oh boy, didn't miss by much on an 0-2 breaking ball. A ball and 2 strikes.
Oof. How do you take that pitch?
Now 1-2. They come in with a fastball. That's a pitch you alluded to a little bit earlier. Force a batter to move his feet a little bit.
What Wilhelm's theory was it worked better on speedy runners that are hitters rather than the big burly guys. The speedy guys don't like to throw them at their feet.
Lined into center field. Billy's got it. And that'll end the inning. So good work by Parra and Matthews. Reds will bat in the 7th, still in front 3-2. A good ball game here tonight. Bottom of the 7th inning. A 1-run game. Reds 3, St. Louis 2. That was our final in the Reds' favor last night. Here's a familiar face. Just came over in a deal from Milwaukee. The one-time Reds setup man and part-time closer when Aroldis Chapman was injured. Right-hander Jonathan Broxton.
He was acquired right at the trade deadline from the Brewers. Not only a familiar face, but a familiar body. You don't have too many of those guys going around. 3 bills and proud of it.
Once referred to as the biggest man in the world. Jonathan Broxton. Swing and a miss. Broxton was traded from the Reds this time a year ago, roughly this time a year ago, to the Brewers, as the Brewers were trying to make their way into the playoffs. That did not happen with that September collapse. And now the Cardinals, after really not knowing what's going to happen in regard to Jordan Walden, he's the primary right-handed setup man to Trevor Rosenthal. They were hoping he'd be back by now, and now all of a sudden a setback here, setback there, and not quite sure. So John Mozeliak, the outstanding general manager, made the decision to go get a proven commodity in Broxton, albeit a pitcher who is not throwing the ball as well this year as he has in recent years.
Well, he's on a little bit of a run where he's been unscored upon for a while. There's a slider that puts Todd Frazier back to the dugout. I think it's kind of interesting, though, really, that in the course of 2 years, Jonathan Broxton is traded at the deadline twice in the zone division. I mean, you don't see that very often. So the general managers kind of friendly with each other here.
We know that Walt Jocketty, the Reds general manager, of course, vice president of baseball operations, is very, very close friends with the general manager of the Milwaukee Brewers, Doug Melvin. They spend a lot of time together. I have no idea the relationship between Melvin and Mozeliak, but it was good enough to get this deal done. Bruce tonight 0 for 3. Fly ball to center, ground out to Wong at second. Nothing at 2 on Jay Bruce. Bird next. J.J. Hoover gets loose in the Reds bullpen. He came on to work the scoreless 8th inning last night in front of Aroldis Chapman, who worked a perfect 9th. Reds are hoping for the exact same results here tonight.
Like Broxton is following the same formula with Bruce that he followed with Frazier. You throw him one fastball to start the AB, and then a slider, and then from there on it's been splitters. A little variation to Frazier, put him away with the slider, but Bruce waiting for another fastball. You may get one here on a 2-2 count. No, he didn't.
Broxton was one of the players most affected, and he embraced it right from the beginning with the new rules where they want both pitchers and hitters to speed up in the pace of play. And then a strike 3 called to Bruce, and he knew it.
A high-end breaking ball looked like a little splitter that just crossed the top of the zone. I don't know if that's where Broxton wanted it, but he got the benefit. $34,700 on hand tonight. Don't forget, August 22nd, Reds and the Diamondbacks. A Reds 4 for $48 ticket offer. First 30,000 fans on that Saturday get a replica Tony Perez statue thanks to La Rosa's 7:10 start. Saturday, August the 22nd. That's after a long road trip that'll start tomorrow night after the game here tomorrow afternoon. Arizona, San Diego, Los Angeles, and then a long homestand. And because of really a interleague 2-game series, a makeup game that was rained out against Detroit, it's a rare homestand where you can see 4 different teams. The Royals in for 2, Diamondbacks in for 4, Detroit in for 1, Dodgers in for 3. Odd indeed.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Parra and Matthews taking care of the top of this 7th inning. Johnny Cueto tonight in Detroit, 7 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs. Struck out 2, walked 2, but he is trailing 2-1.
He's had the same problem early on in Kansas City that he had here in Cincinnati, which is run support.
1-2 pitch. Reds with 6 hits. Cardinals with only 3 hits. 3 of the 6 for the Reds came when they scored twice in a 3rd inning. And it's ball 2 low and away. Actually, after that scoring decision change, they only had 2 hits in that inning, where they scored 2 of their 3 runs. It was an error charged again. What was a hit for Bird was changed to an error by the shortstop Peralta. Broxton fans aside in the 7th. We're off to the 8th. We figure to see J.J. Hoover. Reds lead the Cardinals 3-2.
Highlights elsewhere, but you know the most expanded highlights on the planet involving the Reds is Reds Live postgame. It's brought to you by Performance Kings Honda. Also, reaction from the clubhouse, putting a capper on what we hope will be a Reds victory after a night away. I return to our people in the condo.
Well, Jimbo, they missed you over there last night. I mean, nothing against our main man, Jeff Piccolo, as well as J.J. Hoover takes over. But, you know, they show up out there expecting you to be there. I mean, what would a Rolling Stone show be without Mick Jagger? You have no response to that?
I have never been compared to Mick Jagger in my life.
Well, you have now.
Wow. Goodness gracious. Thank you, I think.
Certainly.
Although we probably dance very similar styles, me and Mick.
Well,
I'm saying he can't dance.
Well,
that's what I'm saying.
Well, we know you can dance. I don't know about him. We know you can.
No.
Strike 1 to Greg Garcia, the pinch hitter for Broxton. Hoover on in the 8th. The Reds lead by a run. Parra and Matthews terrific behind the starter Holmberg, who is very, very good here tonight. All of a sudden things started to get away from him in the 6th inning Went through the front 5, allowed only 1 hit and no runs. But he hit a batter, walked a batter. Those two scored in the inning. There's a shattered bat. Suarez throws out Garcia to start the 8th. Now Matt Carpenter, he's been on for him, a big time home run binge here of late. Carpenter hit one in the game here, of course, last night. He has 4 home runs over the last 6 games. And that one is taken outside. 14 overall on the season for Carpenter, who had gone such a long time before this current power stroke showed up without hitting a home run. Carpenter did not like the call by Ben May.
Oh, you could almost hear the shouts coming out of the Cardinal dugout after that call. They can judge high and low, not in and out. They thought that one was too low. May have been both.
2-2 on the way. And this game is tied.
You know, without seeing all of his home runs, I would bet that almost every one of those ends up in the same spot on a pitch nearly in the same part of the strike zone. I mean, he is just as quick as a cat on that inside fastball, and just like that turns it around and ties it up.
And you saw Hoover shake off Pena. The point was he was set up outside. The pitch ended up inside.
Yeah.
We talked about this home run for Carpenter. He does it again. Hit 2 in a game just a couple of days ago. Hit 1 last night. Hit 1 tonight. So 3-3 here in the top of the 8th inning. Playable for who? Two balls and 2 strikes on Bridget. This one will drop out of play. And there's a guy taking a beat from his buddies down there after the way he played, or more accurately misplayed, that pop up behind the plate. He's lucky he didn't end up falling down 7 rows of stairs. I mean, they are wearing him out. Eighth pitch of this at bat for Grichuk against Tuber. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Vaughn swinging, 2 away.
Well, after the home run, coming right back with the strikeout is J.J. Hoover with our flamethrower, brought to you by Cholula Hot Sauce, 94 mph.
Now the right fielder Hayward. He is fouled out to third, drawn a walk, and struck out swinging. You know, Hayward is still so young, brought up so young. Originally with the Atlanta Braves, but you know, you look at some of the numbers he has put up this year. It would be hard to imagine the Cardinals signing this guy to a long-term contract. I mean, he has played virtually every game, and only 9 home runs and just 35 batted in. That'll end the inning. But the home run by Carpenter ties the game at 3. Reds come to bat in the bottom of the 8th.
(23rd) at Great American Ballpark. Thanks to Reach Savings Magazine, you can catch the action and save with a 4 for $48 ticket offer. For only $48, you can get 4 view-level tickets plus 4 exclusive Reds hats. For tickets, call 513-381-REDS or visit reds.com/4 for $48. Brand new ball game, tied up at 3, and a new pitcher on the hill.
And that would be Cardinal left-hander Kevin Segrist. He's throwing the ball like he did 2 years ago. Had a rough time through some injuries last year.
Well, you mean by 2 years ago, meaning every other day? Because he is out there nearly every other day. This is appearance number 55 for Segrist. The Cardinals have made no no bones about it that they really are careful. They want to protect him towards the end of the year. That's one of the reasons why they picked up Jonathan Broxton.
Take a look at that in the National League. 3 Cardinals run 1, 2, 3 in appearances.
Yeah, the one guy there, Randy Choate, is the left-handed guy that comes in for 1 out, maybe 2 outs. But the other ones, boy, Mike Matheny has leaned on them.
Well, I'm going to tell you what, the Reds have all of a sudden become strikeout machines here over the last, let's see, they struck out twice in the 5th, twice in the 6th, 3 times in the 7th, and now a strikeout to begin the 8th.
Is that 7 out of the last 8 batters? 7 out of the last 9 batters, I guess. 8 batters have struck out.
Yeah, 8 of the last 11. My, oh my. Suarez, a little bit of a surprise. He's thinking about putting down a bunt. This is a 1 guy in the lineup, and there are others.
You know, the reason I don't like that is that you're down at the bottom of the lineup. Suarez has home run power, and you're in a tie ball game. And he's going to get a fastball from Segrist.
I just received a text from Dick Williams. And the Reds, of course, in baseball operations, you know, very, very close with Walt Jocketty. And
did we say something wrong?
Dick and his wife Heather are watching this game right now over at Christ Hospital. They are, of course, on the brink. Good Lord willing, of delivery tonight. And so Dick made it very clear that they're watching the game right now. They're in the delivery room, but they need a little encouragement to get them right through. Rounding third and heading for home.
Well, what more can you do than that?
I mean, Heather, God bless you. You're doing all the work in there. Dick is just standing around.
I thought he was texting you for maybe some help with names.
No, this is far greater help, which I can't help him with. Well, we are very, very excited. He is a vice president, assistant general manager, Dick Williams, and a good buddy, too. And Heather is just awesome. And God bless you, gang. I mean, Heather is going to be pretty much nonstop. That pitch is down low. 3-2 on Suarez. Yeah, Dick will make you a deal. Maybe Heather will buy into this. If this kid hits a home run now, that if you have a boy, his name is Eugenio. Straight up in the air. It's not going to do it. 2 away in the inning. Well, what about if Jason Bourgeois hits one in the seats? Do you name him Jason, or do you go with the unorthodox Bourgeois Williams?
I kind of like it sound of Bourgeois Williams.
I'm sure she's crazy. That might send her over the edge. I have no doubt that Judy Williams, that's Dick's mom, and his dad, of course, Joe. His Uncle Tom, his Aunt Jenny, they're all nervous as can be right now. And Heather's family. Bourgeois fouls it away, 1 ball and 1 strike. Bouncing ball back up through the middle. Wong will get there. What a nice play by Colton Wong. That's a big time play by the Cardinals second baseman. 9th inning coming up. 3-3 game. Ninth inning. And of course, being at home, the Reds are going to go ahead and use their main weapon out of that bullpen. And that means a left-hander who picked up his 23rd save in 24 tries last night. It was his 56th consecutive save without blowing one by left-hander Aroldis Chapman.
He took care of the bottom of the order last night. 7, 8, and 9, Wong, Grichuk, and then Mark Reynolds to end the ball game. A couple of strikeouts and a fly ball. Now he's going through 4, 5, and 6. Although I think for Aroldis Chapman, it really doesn't make a darn bit of difference.
That's unbelievable.
That is unbelievable.
Of course, you know, every time, though, Chris, we put up a stat on Chapman, it's I was driving in and I'd found out about that Randy Johnson thing we were talking about earlier Saturday. It's coming up where they're retiring his number while we're out in Arizona. I thought to myself, the two most dominant pitchers from the left side in the history of baseball, as a starter and as a reliever, I have been blessed to see both of them regularly. Undeniably, Johnson, the most dominating left-handed starter in the history of the game, and Chapman, undeniably, the most dominant left-handed reliever in the history of the game.
Agreed.
I mean, some of the old timers might be throwing something at the television. Oh, what about Sandy Koufax? Sandy Koufax was unbelievable. But Sandy Koufax, as far as longevity, no contest next to Johnson. Second most strikeouts in the history of the game and the most ever by a left-hander. Second only to Nolan Ryan. And of course, Chapman, the first pitcher reliever ever last year to average 17 strikeouts plus per 9 innings, where Sandy Koufax was hurt. And it just shut down what was a Hall of Fame career. But I had no greater authority than Bobby Cox looked me in the eye one day and he said, let me tell you something. Any old timer that ever tells you that Sandy Koufax was better than Randy Johnson, don't believe it. Fastball up and away. We are a 3-3 game here in the ninth. Peralta, Molina, Moss. Cardinals have, I'm sure, their closer Rosenthal. One would assume we look down the bullpen and he is not throwing. Two. Peralta gone on a 100-mile-per-hour fastball. And Chapman this season averaging nearly 16 strikeouts per 9 innings. He still has a legitimate shot to get it up around 17 as he did last year. Reds had a 3-0 lead in this one. The Cardinals got 2 in the 6th and a game-tying home run with 1 out in the 8th inning by Carpenter. That came against J.J. Hoover. 2-0 on Molina, who has just 2 home runs this season. Pitch walk to Molina. Moss looks at a fastball at 101, strike one. Cardinals have the go-ahead run at first with one out here in the ninth off Chapman. 3 runs, 4 hits for St. Louis. 3 runs, 6 hits, 8 men left on base for the Reds, and all 8 came in the first 5 innings. They have not had a base runner since a double by Suarez in the 5th. Mercy, 102 miles per hour. A 3-pitch strikeout for the second out of the inning.
Looked like Brandon Moss was just set to swing at whatever he thought might be coming his way. Boy, the flexibility in your arm, or in Aroldis Chapman's arm, to get the speed and the spin on that pitch.
Strike one to Piscotty. Runner takes off, and a check swing and a foul ball.
He was trying to get out of the way of that. Tom, this just in, the Williams family has welcomed the baby girl.
How about that?
They go along with Patrick and Walker and DeCourcy, so congratulations, Dick and Heather. Job well done.
No doubt about it. Congratulations. Oh, and 2 the count. Chapman fans aside. That one at 102 miles per hour.
How about Aroldis?
For a little girl. Or Chapman, that's a nice name.
We'll let them think about that.
I know one thing, that little girl, she'll own him for the rest of her life. Save big money at Menards on all your home improvement needs and by your local Toyota dealer. Proud sponsor of the Cincinnati Reds. Well, Kevin Segrist pitched a 1-2-3 eighth inning. And now he will start the ninth inning. Reds have Billy Hamilton, a switch hitter, a better right-handed hitter. And by having Segrist in the game, that means Hamilton will bat right-handed. Then you have Brandon. And then a left-handed batting Joey Votto. Strike one to Hamilton. He's had a rough night at the plate tonight. It's not been pretty. A tap out to first and a pair of strikeouts. Nothing in, one to Billy, trying to get aboard, make something happen. Try to get the Reds a win here in the bottom of the ninth. My oh my, how he can change the entire feel, the vibe, whatever it is you want to use, if he's able to get on base to start this ninth inning. One ball and two strikes on Hamilton. And stays alive by fouling that one, not a play. Hamilton is a right-handed batter. Is hitting .232 with an on-base percentage of .260. His on-base percentage left-handed is .272. He bats 10 points less. One away.
A changeup right there. That's a circle change and a good one.
Cardinal pitchers have struck out 9 Reds hitters over the last 4 1/3 innings. 9. Reds only have one base runner since the walk to Votto in the 4th inning. That was a 2-out double by Suarez in the 5th. That ball nearly left the yard. Brandon down a strike on another changeup.
I mean, Segrist to me has 3 pitches that are plus pitches. He throws 95 and 96. He's got a nasty slider and that changeup that he's used already tonight. I mean, that's a complement of pitches that you'd see out of a left-handed starter. Going back to that changeup pitch after pitch and locating it in the perfect spot.
I mean, Segrist's numbers against these Reds batters are just off the charts. You saw Phillips 0 for 6. Votto has had a really hard time, as most left-handers do, against Segrist. And Brandon gets his first hit against this Cardinal left-hander, and the winning run aboard here in the ninth. 3rd hit of the game for Brandon Phillips.
Well, Brandon has done that a lot. Another changeup, as you see that kind of okay sign grip. He holds it with his middle finger, his ring finger, and his pinky, and turns it over, and Brandon just kind of slaps it out there. He has been doing that an awful lot this year, more than I remember in other years, just kind of staying alive, cutting his swing down big time with 2 strikes.
Right now, Joey Votto, the batter. Ball 1 away. Joey 0 for 2. Has walked twice, scored a run. Now, of course, Seagrass has the advantage of being a left-hander, which generally means guys won't take as big a lead. But, boy, once he picks that foot up, it takes him a little while now to get rid of that baseball.
Yeah, and sometimes when you steal against a left-hander, you just go on first move and hope that he doesn't come to first base.
Rams got a pretty good lead over there. Now he's shortening it up as Seagrass packs off the rubber. Votto wanting time out of the plate.
If you go on first move, it doesn't matter how big your lead is. And that's really the idea. Shorten it up so the manager doesn't call for a pickoff throw, or the pitcher doesn't seem to think one's necessary.
He gave a little different look that time to Phillips as Votto swings and misses. 1 ball, 2 strikes. For 7, 4 strikeouts for Votto against Seagrass. Of course, Phillips was 0 for 6 before getting that hit. See if Joey can do the same. They really shade him in the outfield to hit the ball the other way. And that easily readable for Phillips. Brandon goes. And a throw down to second base. Not going to be in time. So Phillips in scoring position. He's now 16 out of 17 in stolen base tries.
Almost looked like a pitch out right here, the way Molina comes out of the catcher's box. And he's just moving out of the outside part of the plate. Could be a modified pitch out, or a pitch you just throw out on the outer part of the plate to give the catcher a better look. That changes things a little bit for Joey Votto.
Well, now Molina will come out, check in with Matt Carpenter, naturally with the pitcher Seagrass, but he'll be joined by the entire Cardinal infield. And Molina's the guy doing all the talking. Can Votto collect his first hit against this Cardinal reliever and bring in Brandon Phillips here in the bottom of the 9th inning to win it? 2 balls, 2 strikes. Seagrass a pause, a look back at second in the pitch. Strike 3 call. Votto has room for disagreement.
He sure does.
Now here comes Mike Matheny. This will be a double switch made by the Cardinal skipper. Going to bring in a right-hander, and this is going to be their closer, Trevor Rosenthal, to face Frazier. So Seagrass goes an inning and 2/3. He allows 1 hit, fans 3, and of course the Reds are hoping to hand Seagrass a loss in this one, because that's his man out at second base, of course. All right, breaking the action. Rosenthal takes over back in a moment. Frazier coming up. Double switch made by Mike Matheny. Mark Reynolds takes over at first base. And now taking over on the mound, their closer, who has 31 saves on the year. This, of course, not a save situation. That would be right-hander Trevor Rosenthal. You know Frazier looking dead red on this first pitch. He'd love to end it. And it's a fastball, but it's out of the strike zone at 95 miles per hour. Frazier only 1 of 10 against this Cardinal closer. He's been hit by a pitch, and he's walked twice. Brandon Phillips is the winning run, leading at second base with 2 outs in the 9th. There's that fastball, came right after him again at 97, and Frazier comes up empty.
Mike Matheny, not one of those managers that holds his closer back for save situations only. Some managers like to do that when they get on the road. You don't see that closer unless that team gets the lead, 9th inning or later.
I mean, it's gone 95, 97, 99 on 3 consecutive pitches. Rosenthal against Frazier. One ball, 2 strikes. Long is down on one knee, and we're on our way to extra innings here tonight. Reds are 4-8. Cardinals 6-8. We're tied at 3. all season long. Jack Link's Beef Jerky. Feed your wild side. 15th extra inning game for the Redbirds. 13th for the Reds. A 3-3 contest. 3 runs, only 4 hits for St. Louis. 1 error and 4 men left on base. Reds 3 runs, 7 hits, an error, 9 left. Those are the records we mentioned a moment ago. And now taking over Jumbo Diaz.
You may not know this, but Jumbo Diaz is from La Romana, Dominican Republic, and the big grocery store in the city of La Romana is called Jumbo.
Well, he might have some stock in that
Jumbo, the way they say it down there. He might have. Or he might unstock the shelves.
That's a probably safer bet. You know, it begs a question when you were down there visiting Johnny Cueto's family, and that video that you shot that we've been waiting now the better part of 4 or 5 years. Did you happen to stop in and check out the grocery store down there?
Of course, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
You video that?
I don't think we have any video of the store.
Now, is there a chance that if Johnny Cueto comes back here to pitch for Kansas City, that between now and then you could rustle up at least a few snippets from that visit, so we'll at least be able to say that we saw something from that trip? I'm starting to wonder if this is almost a...
You know what? Just for you, I will do that. I'll see if I can't get some of those parts of it into the hands of Rufus.
Okay.
Who can...
Ronnie Millinor.
Yeah, Ronnie Mel, who can take some raw tape and turn it into a finished product as well as anybody.
I mean, we don't need a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, we've been teasing this for so long.
And I know that there are probably
almost a generation of fans.
There's probably some disbelievers out there.
1-2 on Colton Wong. Oh, boy. Wong to be followed by Mark Reynolds. He came on. We showed you at first base as part of that double switch when Rosenthal entered the game on the mound. And then it's Matt Carpenter. Johnny Cueto tonight, by the way, got beat 2-1. Gave up 2 runs in 7 innings. But the Royals defeated by the Tigers 2-1. His first decision since the trade. Had a no decision his first time out. And Brian Pena, the one doing all the talking out there on the mound.
Well, you don't want to put Wong on, especially with the... You make him earn his way on, let's put it that way, because he does have stolen base ability.
That ball driven into deep right center field, but Hamilton will track it in front of the wall. We talked about earlier, Wong's got some pop in at bat. He nearly left the yard.
Well, a big part of the ballpark out there between the gaps, especially when you get right out there in that little crooked 404. The fence goes out a ways, and from that Toyota sign on, it takes a pretty good jolt. Here's a guy that can give it a pretty good jolt. And he will not get cheated.
Big slugger for many years was Reynolds. when he was playing regularly for the Arizona Diamondbacks, would have a very, very low batting average, but was always among the top 3-4 home run hitters in the league. 2-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Three and two on Reynolds. Gone swinging on a fastball at 99 miles per hour is Mark Reynolds. 2 away in the inning.
Going right up the ladder is Jumbo here with a fastball, a four-seamer.
I can do it once.
That one at 99. Isn't it amazing, though, as you get to the 8th and 9th inning of almost every major league game, you see the velocity bump up from, you know, your 6th inning guy maybe low 90s, your 7th inning guy maybe mid 90s, but when you're in at 8 and 9 innings, I mean, you're looking at 98. 97. That's what the Segrist and Rosenthal were throwing here. He got the 99. Of course, Aroldis Chapman is unlike anybody else. He won, I think, the 102 or 103 tonight. Jumbo's coming in throwing 99. You can see why managers save that kind of speed for this part of the ball game. And one of the reasons is that normally these guys that you bring in for one inning, and you tell them you go as hard as you can for one inning, and we'll get somebody else in there for the next inning.
Carpenter out of there at 99 miles per hour. And what an impressive 10th inning for Jumbo. Yes, sir. Celebrate indeed. On our way to the bottom of the 10th. 3-3 game. The Cardinal closer, Trevor Rosenthal, who came on to get Todd Frazier with the winning run at second for the final out in the ninth. Reds have Jay Bruce, Marlon Byrd, Brian Pena due up. Reds have only used Jason Bourgeois off of their bench. Suarez would be due up fourth, and then you'd get to the pitcher spot. We'll see how it plays out. Reds trying to make it 4 consecutive wins over these Cardinals after winning the final 2 of a 3-game series last week in St. Louis and the series opener here in Cincinnati last night. Pirates finish off the Cubs tonight, 7-5 final. Arizona blasting Washington that game in the ninth. Off the end of the bat. Fly ball to right. And Trevor Rosenthal, a big deep exhale there. You take care of a guy like Bruce on the first pitch of an at bat, you're like, all right.
Well, especially when he takes a swing like that, you have a momentarily, you freeze a little bit. You hope that he gets the end of the bat, and we'll take a look on our Phantom Cam and see just that right at the end of the bat.
Now Marlon Byrd. Reds only 1 hit since the 5th, and that was the 1-out single by Brandon in the 9th inning. In fact, he was the first runner they've left on base since the 5th, the only base runner. 1 ball, 1 strike on Byrd, who has 18 home runs. Broken bat, and Reynolds will track it 2 away. Here's Brian Pena. He had the 2-run double. In fact, he doubled each of his first 2 times up. The second time he knocked in a pair of runs back in the 3rd inning. It was interesting in the time because much like right now, the Cardinals really shaded Pena to hit the ball in left field towards the line and played very shallow out there. The first double went deep in the left center field gap. Wasn't a line drive, it was more like a fly ball, but the outfielder had so far to run he couldn't get there. Then the next time up, Pena did exactly the way they play him, but they couldn't get that one either. Hit straight down the line. 3-0. Pitch walk. It may not be a big deal around here in Cincinnati, but you can take it to the bank. It's a big deal in Pittsburgh, and it's a big deal in St. Louis. The only blown saves that Trevor Rosenthal has this year have come against the Pittsburgh Pirates. And you know what makes it even more interesting is the fact that the one team that gave Jonathan Broxton so many problems through the years he was with the Reds, and it wasn't all that long, but and even in his career, although infrequently pitching out west from the Dodgers, the Pittsburgh Pirates. And that's your primary right-handed setup man for the time being and your closer. Suarez takes high, 1 ball and 1 strike. Good numbers in overtime, if you will, for Suarez. Pena, a very short lead. 2-1. Of course, Brian Price, if you're thinking about a pinch runner for Pena, even with 2 outs in this inning, he has proven that with 2 catches, he does not like to use that backup catcher, even to pinch hit. You've seen him use pitchers to pinch hit before the backup catcher. Broken bat roller. Boy, Rosenthal is blowing people away, not striking them out, but chewing them up. We go to the 11th, tied at 3. Jerky all season long. Jack Link's beef jerky. Feed your wild side. So here we go in the 11th inning of a 3-3 game. Jumbo Diaz struck out 3, walked to batting. In the 9th, he will start the 10th. Or start the 11th, forgive me. First pitch breaking ball, pretty good one right there to Grichuk, strike 1.
It's funny how a lot of times these relievers that are very hard throwers end up having better breaking balls in the second inning in which they pitch. Sometimes you take the edge off a little bit, you have better control of it. That was the same pitch he tried to get ahead of Mark Reynolds with twice. Could not do it. Eventually came back and got him on fastballs.
And he comes right back at 98 miles per hour, and Grichuk gone on 3 pitches. 4 batters, 3 strikeouts for Jumbo Diaz.
This is a strikeout-a-thon here the last 3 innings for both teams.
Reds have struck out in this game. Eleven Cardinals have struck out in this game. Here's Jason Hayward. These two teams will turn around and get right back at it. 12:35 first pitch tomorrow to wrap up this series. Cardinals will be enjoying a very short flight as Hayward fouls it off and out of play. They'll be going to Milwaukee, and the Reds a long flight flying across the country to the Grand Canyon state of Arizona tomorrow,
where it was 117 degrees today. Yes, 117.
Supposed to cool down about 10 degrees for tomorrow.
I'll bring a sweater.
Light jacket. Three balls and 2 strikes to Hayward. 0 for 3, drew a walk back in the 4th inning. Oh man, that didn't miss by much. It's ball 4. And now you have one of the very few Cardinal base stealing threats aboard here in the 11th. Hayward 16 of 18 in stolen base attempts. Now Johnny Peralta. He had a run scoring single in the 2-run 6th. Reds had a 3-2 lead going into the 8th inning of this one when Matt Carpenter clubbed a game-tying home run to the seats and right off J.J. Hoover. The Cardinals have not even threatened since that home run. They had a 1-out walk against Aroldis Chapman, but he struck out the next 2 batters. Jumbo a perfect 10th. The Reds had Brandon Phillips at second base with 1 out in the bottom of the 9th inning. But Seagrass struck out Votto, and Rosenthal came in to retire Frazier. 1-1. Apparently Jim Day has already made his way over into the Fox Sports Ohio condominium, where they hope they have a cot, or maybe a little Murphy bed that falls out of the stage over there. That'd be a pretty nifty setup.
Well, it is called the Fox condo.
So a Murphy bed would probably be included in the rent. One ball, 1 strike on Peralta. Now 1-2. Got a big announced crowd here tonight, and they were here. I mean, this place is their strike 3 to Peralta. Jumbo at 99 continues to tickle triple digits.
Well, he struck out 2 in the 10th. He has struck out 2 now in the 11th. soft throwers live downstairs and the hard throwers live upstairs, especially late in the ball game.
Strike 1 to Yadier Molina. Boy, Jumbo on one of these fastballs has got to hit a hundo, doesn't he? I mean, he is just banging that 99.
Well, why go for 100 if 99 is enough? You may want to say.
Yeah, but he wants it. Come on. Come on. Give me a hundo. Nah, 98. Jumbo strikes out the side. Reds will bat in the bottom of the 11th, trying to win it. Reds got 2 runs in the 3rd inning. A 2-run double by Brian Payne. They took advantage of a couple of walks by starter Carlos Martinez. Frazier, a ground ball out to bring in a run, making it 3-0 Reds. Stayed that way until the 6th. Richick, an RBI double. 2 batters later, a run-scoring single by Peralta. And then in the 8th inning with 1 out, Carpenter tied the game with a home run off J.J. Hoover. And it's been a battle of the bullpens ever since. And Chapman and Diaz getting it done for the Reds. Everybody out of the Cardinal bullpen putting up zeros. Villanueva, Broxton, Segrist, Rosenthal. And now they hand the ball to the former Miami Marlins closer, Steve Cishek. Just came over recently in a trade.
They got him on July the 24th. And he was on quite a roll. A young man that was a closer for the Marlins a year ago. Lost his job this year. Actually was sent down to the minor league. But he got it all worked out here in the month of June. And had a really good run of scoreless innings before the Cardinals picked him up as bullpen insurance.
The former Cardinal Skip Schumacher going to lead things off here for the Reds in the 11th.
And a very impressive run he's having this year as a pinch hitter. 1st in hits, 1st in appearances, 5th in runs batted in. All as a pinch hitter.
To see good numbers for Skip against this right-hander Cishek. 1-2 delivery, and here it is.
You want to run left-handers against Cishek if you possibly can. I mean, that sidewinding down around Laredo delivery that he has can really freeze a right-hander.
Two and two. Thirteenth Red to strike out in this game tonight. Billy Hamilton tapped out to the first baseman back in the second inning. He has struck out swinging 3 consecutive times since then. Ball 1. Reds have used Parra, Chapman, Matthews, Hoover, and Diaz out of their bullpen, which leaves Badenhop, Axelrod, Villarreal. That ball, lazy fly ball to center field. That'll be 2 outs. Cardinals have used Segrist, Cishek, Broxton, Villanueva, Rosenthal. They have Manus and Choate left. Two down here in the Reds' 11th for Brandon Phillips, who's had a nice night. 3 hits and 5 at bats, 3 singles, stolen base. I still can't believe, you and I were talking about it between innings, I cannot believe that Jason Hayward never moved after drawing a 1-out walk in the top of this 11th inning. I just cannot
two-foot
believe
lead. Just never even gave an indication that he wanted to even think about it.
He's streaking in to get this fly ball. We're off to the 12th. Tied at 3. Their bullpen after getting 2 outstanding frames from Jumbo Diaz. It's Bert Badenhop.
Well, now you can start getting into the long man mode where you hope that you don't have to, but you bring in pitchers that you can stretch out a little bit longer and longer. Badenhop falls into that category, even though he's normally used as a short reliever. He does not rely on the overpowering fastball to get things done, primarily a sinker ball pitcher, and hopefully 3 pitches or less on the ground the result.
Pete Kozma, a one-time regular for the Cardinals. They've kept him in their system, and he will come up and bat to start the 12th. And he is batting for Cishek, who gives him a perfect inning with a strikeout. Of course, the year could not have started any worse for Burke Badenhop, and this is his first year as a Red, a native Buckeye, grew up in Perrysburg, Ohio. I mean, the first 6 weeks, and he wasn't alone. I mean, it's not like, you know, he was the only guy down there not carrying his weight. But, you know, Badenhop's a pro's pro. I mean, guy's been around for a while. He's had very good success in the major leagues. He did not lose his confidence. He was relegated to pitching in games as that one is dumped into right field, a hit by Kozma that were, you know, pretty much decided one way or the other. And yet, whatever role or whatever situation they used him in, he just took the ball and started getting a lot of outs, and has continued to get a lot of outs. So much so that we saw him in the game here last night pitching with a 1-run lead in the 7th inning.
And he's a good candidate to get you a ground ball double play.
They could use one of those right here and right now after the leadoff single by Kozma. I'd be surprised to see the Cardinals trying to do a little something here. Start a runner, hit and run, something. We have seen none of that from Mike Matheny in this series.
Now, that's what you were talking about, Tom. The 9 games he was in April, just horrendous time. But since that time, over 33 games, a much better sample size. Very good numbers.
Ball hit hard. And Jay Bruce got a good break on it, goes back to get it, 1 out. So here comes Colton Wong, who gave one a ride his last 2 times up. In fact, he has hit 3 balls consecutively, either very hard or his last one that just missed leaving the ballpark. Hit that line drive, it almost knocked over Brandon Phillips, ending the 5th. Hit the line drive to center that Hamilton made a diving catch on, and then the fly ball that Hamilton caught up against the wall to lead off the 10th inning. Runner goes. Fly ball left center. Long run for Hamilton, but Marlin will beat him there. 2 away. So they do indeed start a runner with Wong at the plate, and he's the 2nd out. And here comes Reynolds. We are in the 12th inning of a 3-3 game. Reds scored 2 in the 3rd, got 1 more in the 4th. They've been shut out since. Cardinals 2 in the 6th. A game tying home run for Matt Carpenter in the 8th. Strike 1 to Reynolds. Came on as part of a double switch. And he faced Jumbo in the 10th inning. Jumbo struck him out. Diaz, 2 innings, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts, no runs.
Reynolds looking for 1 pitch, 1 spot on the first couple of pitches, and Badenhop just threading the needle down and away. He has been known to expand the strike zone a little bit, Reynolds has.
Runner goes, throw to second, not going to be in time. So they wait until 2 outs in the inning.
And 2 strikes.
To send Cosman, and 2 strikes, and he gets a steal.
Well, they ran him a couple of other times, but they were always on a fly ball, and he ended up retreating back.
It's an important stolen base, however.
Yeah.
Because now, rather than an extra base hit, all it may take is a single to give the Cardinals a lead. Badenhop trying to prevent that from happening.
It's one of those belly plays for infielders. You stop it from going into the outfield or the screen.
Only 3 other games being played all around baseball. Arizona just unloading on the Nationals. The Mets have already won. The Nationals would now be 2 games behind the Mets. Just a matter of moments before they will be. That Washington team is really having some problems, and surprisingly it's come with their starting pitching of late.
It's not been good tonight, I think. It's Gio Gonzalez, I think, on the mound tonight.
Even Scherzer couldn't hold a lead last night. Nationals wound up winning the game.
They're beginning to believe in Queens.
Yes, they are. Three and 2 to Reynolds. Struck him out. Badenhop clenching his fist after his scoreless 12th. Reds have Votto, Frazier, Bruce. Can they do it? Here in the bottom half of the 12th inning. And the new pitcher for the Redbirds is right-hander Seth Maness.
So now it comes down to dueling sinker ball pitchers. Maness is a ground ball machine the same way that Badenhop is when he gets the ball down in the zone. Another one of those Cardinal relievers that has been in seemingly every other game the Cardinals play. Does not walk very many. I mean, he has 33 strikeouts and only 5 walks. So when you step to the plate, you expect to see it around the zone.
Well, you saw opponent's batting average against Maness is .312. So he's not missing a lot of bats.
Yeah, but you know, if you start looking at on-base percentage, and for a guy that just simply doesn't walk anybody, I guess he trades the walk for a base hit. But he's 2-0 now, Joey Votto.
And there's a 4-pitch walk to Joey Votto to begin this Cincinnati bottom of the 12th inning. That's the winning run.
Boy, that just was a very odd at bat for a guy that throws so many strikes. That just looked like a pitcher out. That young man had that same sign in the home run derby.
And Frazier was more than up for the challenge for that. Instead, this is a double play ball. Again, lady was just looking at him and saying, I think it's about enough. Reds fan, Cardinals fan, we wish them well. I mean, the only strike Manus has thrown to the first 3 batters in this inning. He got a double play ball. A 4-pitch walk to Votto. Frazier swung at the first pitch, hit into a double play, and now make it 3 more balls out of the strike zone to Bruce. And Bruce, without a doubt, has a green light, 3-0 to try and end it. 4-pitch walk. Can you believe that? It's almost like he's walking the left-handed batters and we'll go after the righties.
You know, I didn't want to say that, but it does seem like that. It just seems like he did not want any part of Joey Votto, but came right after Frazier. Wanted no part of Jay Bruce. I imagine he'll come right after Marlon Byrd.
A couple of native Buckeyes right there for you. Matheny grew up outside of Columbus, and of course our buddy David Bell of the wonderful Bell family, Daddy Buddy, and David, an alum of Cincinnati Moeller High School. Strike one to Marlon Byrd. I tell you, I was always surprised that David Bell did not end up on the Reds' major league coaching staff. He was in their minor league system, of course, and Cubs hired him, and the Cardinals hired him. Three strikes to get 2 outs. 3 outs, I beg your pardon, in the inning. Inning at Great American Ballpark. We're working on 4 hours young. Let's take a look at the relievers. Everybody's done a great job. The one pitch that J.J. Hoover would like to have back is the one that tied this game. A home run by Carpenter to right field with 1 out in the 8th inning. But Parra did an excellent job in a sticky situation. Matthews retired the only 2 he faced. Chapman issued a walk but struck out the side. Jumbo was awesome. And Badenhop allowed a single to begin the inning but retired the next 3. And now a couple of changes for the Reds. Marlon Byrd out, part of the double switch. Ivan De Jesus Jr. now in left. And on the mound is right-hander Dylan Axelrod.
Pitcher number 8, if you weren't counting, as we went down the list of all those relievers. Boy, you forget about the good game, at least for good 5 innings that David Holmberg gave the Reds to start this ball game. Only 5 innings of 2-hit baseball. Axelrod was a starter down in Louisville. He was a starter at times last year when he came up here. So I imagine he may be in there for a while as long as he can keep this game going.
Top of the order for the Cardinals here in the 13th inning. It'll be Carpenter, Grichuk, and then Hayward. Carpenter, the big game tying home run, which came in the 8th inning off J.J. Hoover. Strike 3 to Carpenter, and he knew it.
Excellent pitch by Axelrod.
In the air, deep left field, and the Cardinals have the lead on a home run by Grichuk. th home run of the year for Grichuk, and it comes in the 13th inning.
He just unloads on that pitch. It's up in the zone. He just gives an indication he just likes that ball above his waist, and got one that he could negotiate. Not a fastball, but a breaking ball, a hanger.
First time the Cardinals have led this entire game. In fact, it's the first time the Cardinals have led in this entire series. There's a weak 2 hopper off the bat of Hayward to the shortstop Suarez. 2 away in the inning. No, it pulled him off the bag. Oh my goodness. And Brian Price is asking for They might have it.
Yeah, they may get that foot back on there. Yeah. That's the question, whether Votto was able to get his right heel back on the bag after he receives the ball. Now right there he's off the bag. But there, is he back on? Yeah, he's out.
Well, that's close.
I'll tell you what helped him there is I think that it looked like Hayward kind of altered his stride down to first base in order not to collide with Joey Votto, who had his foot nearly in the center of the back of the bag.
Well, that is really close.
Off, on.
Out is a call. Good work over there by Votto, and great work by our camera crew.
And the guys in New York.
One minute it took to take care of that. Our producer tonight is Brian Hunterman. Our director Roy Alfers. Our associate producer Lauren White. Reds line producer Kent Weaver. Our coordinating producer is Bob Pennell. And our executive producer is Tom Farmer. Matt Sigafus as well. I beg your pardon. And of course our entire crew. Been a very long night for them here tonight. Jeff Pecoro standing by, so too is Jim Day for Reds Live, but we still have baseball here. We're only in the 13th inning. And the Reds have an at bat in this 13th inning. Two and two on Johnny Peralta. Reds will have Pena, Suarez to start the inning, and then De Jesus Jr. Got Jay Bruce and right, so that's a trio coming up after the home run by Grichuk snaps a 3-3 tie. St. Louis, and he's in line as it stands now to try and get the win in this one after the tie-breaking home run by Randall Grichuk in the top of this 13th inning, giving St. Louis a current 4-3 lead. But Reds have one more shot at him. Pena, Suarez, and then De Jesus Jr. Brian, a pair of doubles, is knocked in 2, has also drawn a walk. Been on base 3 times tonight. Pena did not like that call, and you can't blame him.
It's the first left-hander that Manis has thrown strikes to, and one on top of the other.
First down, come on.
2-2. Every game final in the National League, and there's one out in the 9th inning. The one game being played in the American League. Ground ball to Carpenter, 1 out. Dodgers held off Philadelphia 4-3. Pirates over the Cubbies 7-5. Arizona 11-4 winners over Washington. Giants down Atlanta 6-1. Mets win again, 6 in a row, 8-6 over Miami. They now have a 2-game lead over the Nationals in the East. Chris and I will be talking about the playoff races during Reds Live tomorrow, the pregame show. So that means the Giants, with their win tonight, they have jumped over the Cubs for that second wild card spot. Half-game lead for the Giants over San Francisco. Or for the Giants over the Cubs. Suarez started. The appeal did not go around. Who are you liking that second wild card? I mean, those aren't the only 2 teams in it now. You got Washington 3 back, and then a big drop off to 7. So if you had to pick the Cubs, the Giants, or the Nationals,
I think I'm going with the Giants.
3 balls and 2 strikes.
I mean, they've shown everybody in the baseball world you cannot count them out. And I think they've made an excellent pickup with Mike Lee.
Broken bat. Manis will throw out Suarez. Reds down their final out.
Would not surprise me to follow up on that Lee comment that the Giants make an effort to sign Mike Lee.
Yeah. There are 8 teams within 4.5 games of the American League wild card. 8.
So the wild card makes some watchable baseball down the front, doesn't it? Now what happened here with Manis? Did he get hit with a piece of that bat?
He may have.
I mean, he went right after the baseball. Terrific concentration here. Here comes the bat. Here comes the ball. Yep. Right on the toe.
Man, is that scary.
That's a really nice play. The more you look at it, the more you appreciate it.
Just said, I'm fine. Let's go. These are underappreciated guys. This Manis, he has been a bulldog for this Cardinals team since coming to the big leagues.
And he really ought to give young pitchers that are not especially hard throwers a lot of belief that they too can make the major league.
Sure.
I mean, this guy's throwing 85, 86, which is well below big league average fastball.
And this ought to do it. Ground ball down to first, and the Cardinals have either in this series at a game apiece. They get a home run in the top of the 13th inning from Randall Grichuk in a 4-3 win. Reds Live is coming up. 4-3 our final, and we will look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Reds Live right around the corner.